in freedom, peace, and unity.
All right, if you haven't said hello to somebody sitting by you, please greet them before you take your seats again. And you can greet the ones on the table behind you or beside you, in front of you. Welcome one, welcome all. Please, you may be seated.
All right, we are gathered here today to look at the state of the Nigerian maritime domain in 2022 and beyond. Any person or group of persons or a body that has got vested interest in the blue economy knows that it is pertinent for us to have an in-depth understanding of how well the business of the blue economy is faring. In Nigeria today, we are going to take a look at people that have got vested interest in this economy, to look at how far we have come and to see how we can make it better for the future.
That is our desire. And to let us know who we have in the room with us, just before we do that, my name is Joyce Daniels. I'm honored to be one of your hosts today.
My name is Emilia Paul Emmanuel. I am an alumna of the Maritime Academy of Nigeria, Oron, a batch 3 cadet of Maritime Transport Department.
Oh, just be
I'm
clapping.
honored to be here with you today. Thank you.
Seated very comfortably with us this morning is the Chief of Naval Staff, ably represented by the Fleet Commander, Western Naval Command, Rear Admiral S.J. Bura. Welcome, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
The Director General NIMASA, ably represented by the Deputy Director Emergency Services in Maritime Safety Department at NIMASA, Mr. Olaniyo Taiwo. Welcome, sir.
You're welcome, sir. Here to represent the Director of Maritime Academy of Nigeria, Oron, in person of Commodore Dija Efedua, is well represented by the Director Specialized Seafarers Training Center, Man Oron, Dr. Kelvin Okonna, who is also going to give us a paper much later.
Welcome, sir.
You're welcome, sir. Also here today we have the chairman, someone we look up to as our father, and I personally look up to him as a legend. The chairman, Stars Investment Company Limited, Engineer Greg Ogbeifun. You're welcome, sir.
Welcome, sir.
We also have the Assistant Director, Exams and Certification, Nautical, at NIMASA, Captain Adebayo Omotosho. You're welcome, sir. Captain Omotosho is also an alumna of the Maritime Academy of Nigeria, Oron.
Welcome, sir. Various representatives of stakeholder organizations who will be our panel discussants today. Welcome one, welcome all. You might clap to them.
You're all welcome. We also want to, in a very special way, welcome the members of the Board of Trustees of AMANO. We also want to welcome all AMANO members to this occasion. We, led by our president, want to call upon our president. Ready? We want to call upon our president, Mr. Emmanuel Meigua. Mr. Emmanuel Meigua is the CEO of BRICS Company, BRICS Limited. He is the president of AMANO. He is the general secretary of MASPAN, and he's a member of so many other bodies. He is a husband and a father. Please, can we applaud him?
Woo! Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. The Rector, Maritime Academy of Nigeria, here heavily represented by Dr. Kevin Okonna, the Director Specialized Training in Maritime Academy, the Chairman, I believe you can hear me, the Chairman, Board of Trustees, Alumni Maritime Academy of Nigeria, Captain Jide Olagunwa, the DG of NIMASA, heavily represented by Assistant Director in the agency, the Chief of Naval Staff, Rear Admiral Gambo, heavily represented by the Fleet, Commander Western Naval Command, Admiral Bura, the Flag Officer Commanding Western Naval Command, represented here by Commodore G.J. Kachim, our daddy, our uncle, and everything to us in AMANO, Engineer Greg Ubefu. You're welcome. We recognize you. We thank you for being with us all the time. The President, Master Mariners Association, you're welcome. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, good afternoon. I believe we have entered the afternoon time. If we have not, I apologize, but good afternoon. The theme for today is the state of the Nigerian maritime domain in 2022 and beyond. And for us this year in AMANO, there can be a maritime domain without seafarers. And so we chose the topic around seafarers to discuss if we have to properly analyze our maritime domain in 2020 and to know where we stand and where we're headed. Needless for me to start listing to this noble audience the role or the importance of seafarers to the world, if we can all agree that they are responsible for operating the ships that transport 90% of the world food, fuel, raw materials, and manufactured goods, which move by sea. So we can see and agree that there is immense benefit if we are to discuss a maritime domain by making sure that we have a robust seafaring career. And how can Nigeria benefit from competent seafarers? Seafaring in Nigeria can be viewed from the aspect of national development, where local seafarers are developed or produced by a country to support national fleet. A country which does not have competent seafarer cannot begin to talk about national fleet. Seafaring for Nigeria's national security. Local seafarers complementing territorial integrity. A situation where you have an insecure environment with so much ships trading, having foreigners, means you have leakages of information that are vital to the Nigerian Navy, where the business exists, the market exists, but we don't have sufficient seafarers. So there will be a leakage of information, which makes it difficult for both the Maritime Administrator and the Nigerian Navy to properly protect our territorial integrity. God forbid we do not plan for conflict, but in terms of conflict where merchant ships are needed to support, you can imagine your fleets manned by foreigners. How will you support, even if you're going to use your merchant fleet to evacuate Nigerian soldiers outside the country? It is appropriate when we have merchant fleets manned by competent seafarers. Direct financial benefit from the sea employment is a critical element in the country's forex earning. I don't know if we're aware that seafarers earn dollars. If we're not today, we should know. Effective seafaring is a tool to curb urban migration. Why is it so? As a seafarer, I do not need to move to Lagos. I only need to be on the ship. I sign up from my ship, I'll be in my village in Daura, in Sokoto, in Ugeli. I really don't need to be in Lagos. So imagine a country with significant number of seafarers. That will be an impact to curb urban migration and spread development. By the way, in dollars. A situation where a country is not able to certify her own seafarers. A situation where a country is not able to provide career progression for her own seafarers, where I become an OOW officer, and for 10 years, I'm not able to get to the next rank. Commodore Kachim, Rear Admiral Bura, you can imagine being in your last rank for 10 years. It means there is no career progression. Now, where that happens, you will find a way to get career progression. So if our seafarers can only get progression when they get licensed in places like United Kingdom, it means renewals will be happening there. This often comes with a temptation for the seafarer to relocate his family to a place like UK. So all the dollars he is earning will be directed to UK. Some of the dollars even from our cabotage trade, because he is now allowed to work in our cabotage trade, but he takes the proceeds down to wherever his family is. His intention may not be to relocate his family, but because he needs career progression, he needs to find an administrator that will continue to give him license that will enable him progress. Him or her. Thank you very much. Now, what are the challenges, some of the challenges we have been hearing that prompted this gathering today? License, procedures, and limitation. There is so much frustration expressed, which we are all going to hear today, and the limitation of our seafarers' licensing. The difficulties in processing our seafarer identification documents, bilateral relationships between Nigeria and other countries to enable employment of Nigerian seafarers on non-Nigerian flag vessels, the welfare of seafarers as enshrined in our MLC 2006, career development progression, availability of platforms. I hope the president of Ship Owners Association is here. If he is not here, we have Engineer Greg, who will tell us more about this availability of platforms, because without the platforms, there can't be seafarer. Now, who are the critical actors? Some of them, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, the Maritime Academy of Nigeria and other maritime training institutions that certify and conduct COC and other STCW programs, the ship owners, the Nigerian Navy, present with us here, the mining agents, and the Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria. The alumni of Maritime Academy of Nigeria has tried to bring these critical actors today to discuss this problem. And I hope we will all, at the end of today, agree what the solutions are and be able to take on these challenges and resolve them. Thank you very much for coming. I wish us all a successful deliberation.
Many, many thanks to our indefatigable president of AMANO. Please appreciate him once again, giving us an insight into some of the things to expect here today. We thank you so much, sir, Mr. Emmanuel Megua. Speaking up right away is the representative of the Chief of Naval Staff, bringing us goodwill. Please welcome the Fleet Commander, Western Naval Command, Rear Admiral S.J. Bura. Your hands, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning. Please permit me to stand on the well-established protocol. I am Rear Admiral S.J. Bura, the Fleet Commander, Western Naval Command, representing the Chief of the Naval Staff. I would like to most sincerely thank the organizers of this conference and to extend the well wishes of the Chief of the Naval Staff. The theme of this conference is apt and timely, particularly at a time when our maritime domain is challenged by insecurity. I am happy to note that the Navy, which is charged with maintaining law and order in the maritime domain, is doing creditably well, and this can be attested to by the IMO report on significant drop in piracy and other related maritime crimes in our waters. We shall continue to play this role with the support of other maritime stakeholders to ensure economic prosperity to our nation. On this note, I would like to thank the organizers once more for the invitation, and onwards together.
Swift, short, sharp. Please appreciate the Rear Admiral S.J. Bura. Thank you so much, sir, representing the Chief of Naval Staff. Speaking to us also is the Director General NIMASA, bringing us goodwill, represented by the Deputy Director Emergency Services in Maritime Safety Department at NIMASA. If your hands are there, please welcome with us Mr. Olaniyo Taiwo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, in the afternoon already. Good afternoon. Let me first of all stand on the existing protocol. I bring the goodwill of the Director General CEO NIMASA, Dr. Bashir Jamo, who is unavoidably absent, and I'm here to represent him. My name is Olaniyo Taiwo, by the way. I'm the Deputy Director in Maritime Safety Department. Yes, I really don't have much to say other than we all understand the nature, the role of NIMASA as far as our maritime industry is concerned. As the apex regulator within the industry, we are first and foremost for development of the industry, and we cannot be talking of development without actually supporting, as always, the development of our seafarers. And when we support our seafarers, by extension, we are supporting all the environment that supports the development of or the career progression of seafarers, the Maritime Academy of Nigeria, the other institutions that provide one service or the other within the environment. As the Chief of Naval Staff has said earlier, we are particularly challenged for some time now within our maritime domain as far as security is concerned. And we could attest by the reports of the IMO that Nigeria has actually done creditably well, majorly due to the activities of NIMASA and our Nigerian Navy, which has collaborated on so many levels to see that the situation have been arrested to a good extent, and we're making a lot of progress. So based on this, I would just like to say that NIMASA is ever ready and NIMASA is ever present to contribute to the growth and welfare of our seafarers and to the development of the industry at large, because when the industry is developed, we have a lot of trickle effects that goes down through several levels of our economy that helps the economy develop. So we're happy to be here. NIMASA is happy to be represented here, and we are always ready to see and contribute to the progress of our seafarers. Thank you very much. God bless. And I wish a very successful deliberation.
Thank you very much, sir. We are also happy to have you here. Can we applaud him once more, please? All right, before we take the next goodwill message, I just want to very quickly point us through our security briefing for today. We have the entry exit is that way in case of any emergency. We don't pray for any emergency. The lifts are not functioning. Also, the muster point is in front of the echo signature. The convenience, whilst the seminar is going on, it's outside, but during the tea break, we can use here. All right, we are going to take the next goodwill message from the Rector of the Maritime Academy of Nigeria, Oron, Commodore Efedwa, retired, here represented by the Director for Specialized Seafarers Training Center, Dr. Kelvin Okonna. Please, can we applaud him? Dr. Kelvin, please. Something you want to connect? Present to him. Great. Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, our organizers. My name has already been mentioned, Dr. Kevin Okonna, but I'm here at this point in time to represent the Rector, Maritime Academy of Nigeria, Commodore Duja Emma Efedwa, who is unavoidably absent, but he has given me all the charge to represent him in addition to presenting my paper. No organization could be happier to be here because these are the people that represent us. These are the products that we are so proud of. So the Rector has asked me to assure you of our support at all times, and that we are very happy with AMANO and with what you are doing. He asked me to particularly mention your contributions to the graduation ceremony. During the 2021 graduation ceremony, AMANO took out 1.5 days to make very vital paper presentations to the graduating cadets. And the Rector asked me to mention that we are very grateful. And that was not all. When some of the representatives of the AMANO noticed the pace of development at the institution and the quality of training that we are now giving to cadets, some of them made promises of sea time on board ship for our cadets, and they have redeemed some of those. So we couldn't be more proud of what AMANO is doing, and all we can assure you is that we are here for you and we will always back you up. The Rector has asked me to say that we will expect to see you more and more in the Academy, and to wish you a very happy event today. He also asked me to make this presentation on his behalf to the President of AMANO. So if you don't mind, please, you come up. On behalf of the Rector, Commodore Duja Efedwa, I make this presentation in recognition of your contributions to manpower development in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our most sincere thanks to our Rector, represented by our very own Dr. Kevin Okonna. Thank you so much. Please appreciate the gift that keeps on giving. We appreciate you so much. We have several gifts amongst us that will be taking us from one level to the other. The first gift this morning will be speaking to the topic, how to be among the respected maritime nations. How to be among the respected maritime nations, which is a place we intend to be. He himself, our speaker, is a very respected individual in the maritime industry in Nigeria, I dare say across Africa and the rest of the world. He built the first privately owned indigenous ship repair yard in Nigeria. He's a first-class marine engineer. He's a fellow of the Certified Institute of Shipping. He's a member of the British Society of Marine Consultants and Ship Surveyors. He's a member, American Society of Naval Architects and Marine Engineers. He is pioneer president, Ship Owners Association of Nigeria. He was a member of the Interim Management Committee at the Maritime Academy of Nigeria, ORON, and was a recipient of the Immense Contributor to Manpower Development Award by our very dear institute, Man ORON. Please appreciate that. Join me, welcome our first speaker for today, the chairman, Stars Investment Company Limited, and also chairman, Benin River Project, engineer Greg Ogbefun. Like our president said, he's our father, he's our uncle, he's our daddy. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Please be seated. Permit me to stand on existing protocols already established. No, I wouldn't stand on it, I'll stand by it. I want to especially appreciate the alumni Association of Cadets from Maritime Academy. When I walked in here, I was gladdened to know that this is happening. I started my cadetship in 1972. And my biggest concern and worry has been the lack of the political will to establish platforms that will ensure the continuous production of people like me. So when the old cadets of the academy is continually bringing the awareness of the need that seafarers are the bedrock of any maritime nation. Left to the academy alone, the directing staff, the training personnel there, the management, are continually seeing incoming cadets. But what about those who have left? The problem is huge. But with what AMANO is doing, I have no doubt in my mind that with time, we are going to continue to close the gap that is being created. This morning, my paper presentation is how, can you put it up, please? How this country can be one of the respected maritime nations of the world. We are already a respected and an important maritime nation of the world by reason of our coastal line, by reason of our littoral states, by reason of the economic zone in the offshore, and all that come with it. We have everything it takes to be one of the greatest maritime, in fact, to be the greatest maritime nation in Africa. Well, what is the problem? Why are we not there? I'm going to try, now while I'm waiting, I'm going to try to talk about a few challenges that are militating against us attaining that position. We're going to also look at some of the things that need to be done to change the narrative. I'm glad that the Navy has always risen to the occasion. Every maritime event that is organized in this country, the Navy always sent representation. And I'd like to convey our appreciation as an industry to the Chief of the Naval Staff. We appreciate you. Are you ready with my paper? What is the problem? Please stay there. Can I go ahead now? Thank you. I apologize for that glitch. Now, how Nigeria can join the competitive maritime nations. I fault that topic. Like I said earlier, Nigeria is already a competitive maritime nation by reason of our geographical location, by reason of all the resources we have, by reason of our coastline, by reason of our inland waterways. We are a competitive. We are not looking to join. Next, please. Well, Nigeria maritime industry has huge untapped potentials. However, like I said earlier on, there are various factors that are militating against harnessing these potentials to the benefit of the country. Now, one major challenge is the absence of, and I'm going to spend a little time on this, the absence of cooperation and synergy that is required among stakeholders within and outside the maritime sector. Now, let us take a case study. I was a member of the committee that made recommendations for restructuring. You know, we old school, this is your technology. Is it on? Okay, so it's not me then. Now, our committee came out with a robust recommendation of what needs to be done to restructure and reposition the Maritime Academy. And the management that came in after, can we recognize the arrival of the Director General of Maritime Academy? Dr. Bashir Jamo. Doctor just sits. The DG, I have the microphone. You sit where I asked you to sit. Let me just try it. You are very welcome. I was a bit worried. Let me make a confession. I was actually in London when I got this invitation. And when I saw, because I want to be able to harass you when I come back, sit near me. Because I saw thank you. I saw in the invitation and the program that you were going to be one of the special guests. So I cut short my stay in London. I ran back here. And the reason I ran back here, and I'm going to be very public about it, the DG wants to abandon us to go and become governor. We will not agree. I've shared my sentiments behind. I'm sharing it publicly. I know you have seen your stakeholders, but the industry will not agree. Unless you are going to give us a replacement that will be working in the same pace and momentum that you started your office. Do you agree with me? You're welcome, sir. So I was just starting my presentation on a topic, how Nigeria can join the competitive maritime nations. And I said, Nigeria is already a competitive maritime nation. We are not looking to join. You walked in just on time because one of the challenges we have, like I said, is collaboration between stakeholders. When we're appointed as a committee to look at how to restructure that institution, the first thing we observed is that there was a huge gap between the management of the academy and NIMASA, the regulatory body that is supposed to certify the training that the children have at the academy. And I think there's been a large effort, commendable effort that has been made by the two agencies, particularly by the current Director General of NIMASA, who is engaging to help the academy attain their potential. But there's an issue that is very serious, that is outstanding, that only the DG can resolve. And what is that? One of the things we recommended in our paper was that the institution should acquire state-of-the-art modern equipment, simulators, and other items required for the training in that institution. But the accreditation of those equipment, like the simulators, to enable the academy begin to use them to train the children, and the master to be able to certify those children who have gone through that. That's a huge gap. And I believe that the Director General will commit to ensuring that that thing is closed out as early as possible before he leaves us, if we will let him go. Thank you. The lack of, I have a few bullet topics I'm going to speak briefly on. Number one is the lack of political will and good policies. Number two is inadequate platforms for actualizing maritime goals. Maritime financing is key. Unethical behaviors, you all know what that is. You mentioned Nigeria at the IMO, they think of corruption. You go anywhere in the world, you mention Nigeria, they think of corruption. They think of poor environment for business to try and things like that. And most of them, as a result of the individual Nigerians, their behavior in their positions, in their offices, and wherever they do business, influences how people react to us when we want to project our maritime industry. Then, of course, training, which is why we're able to have this occasion. And then the blue economy, which is what the whole world is looking at now. How do we get into harnessing the opportunities in the blue economy? Appointments into critical policy offices in Nigeria should be beyond political considerations. For the first time in a long time, we're having a Director General in NIMASA, for example, who grew up in the system and understood what that agency is all about. And that's why many of us were very excited when eventually one of their own was appointed, and we're hoping that he will do a lot of justice to the requirements of that office. But there's a but. We're still fighting that one. Rather, they should take cognizance of technocracy and professionalism in the right policy implementation, if the right policy implementation is to be assured. You cannot put somebody who doesn't even understand what maritime is about in policy positions where they are required to take decisions to lead, to guide. I'm short of mentioning names, but at the time, I looked at our Ministry of Transport and all the related agencies where we belong. And I said, from the minister to all the directors in the ministry, to the maritime agencies, excluding NIMASA for now, there were no professional mariners or shipping people who understood what the maritime sector is all about in any of those key positions. So how can our maritime industry move in the right direction? How can people take us seriously. When, for example, you go to IMO to have meetings and they beam people sleeping from Nigeria. Others are in Oxford Street shopping because they don't really understand the importance of what the issues being discussed at that level is. We have to change that mindset. We have to begin to use the right people and put the right people in the right positions if we must expect the right policy implementation to be. Of course, the benefits, good policy decisions can only be made by individuals who are knowledgeable, like I've said. Such persons must engage with local and international maritime community to consider best practices as obtained in those climes, which can facilitate desired growth and recognition of our own maritime domain. Another issue is the aspect of our tax laws. When the Honorable Minister, Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi, was made minister in his first term, he was very bullish about wanting to re-establish a Nigerian fleet, different from national fleet, Nigerian fleet. And he put a committee together. I was privileged to be in that committee. We did our work, submitted our reports. The same day, he turned our committee into an implementation committee, which shows real desire to make things happen. As an implementation committee, we now went round the world to find out what are the other countries doing to be able to establish their own fleets. Kuwait, Kenya, even some landlocked countries have fleets. So what was the problem? And we found out, amongst other things, that number one, our tax laws. Our tax laws have to be reviewed. And as a practitioner, let me give you an example. Most of my ships work for the IOCs. So in that upstream sector, we have foreign players. The law allows them to participate in the work as long as they meet certain conditions. My last ship, which I built in China, commissioned in 2018, cost me $18 million. I am a Nigerian to the core. 12 years in the UK, I refused to be a British citizen. And I was determined that that ship must be 100% Nigerian. Crewing, flag, is already owned, registered. So I sent my crew to China to bring the ship. To get that ship into the country as a Nigerian ship will cost me approximately 14% of the cost of building that ship, because I want it to be everything Nigerian. But my competitors, foreign competitors who bring in their own ships, they bring it in at 1% custom bond, which they post on the value of that ship. But we are expected to compete on the same commercial plane. How can we? I'm glad that the DG, one of the things that endeared the industry to him, he took that challenge, he engaged the authority, and I believe they are beginning to review the issue of importation taxes and all of that, and duty, to make it a bit easier. Now, once the tax laws are right, our tonnage taxes are reviewed, VAT and things, tax holidays, to enable you start and run a positive cash flow, you need all those things. And once that happens, the government does not even need to invest in buying ships. Private sector can now key in, knowing that then they will become competitive with their foreign partners. Nigerian registry. For some reason, all the efforts that have been made over time have not been able to make our register attractive globally. When people say, why do I say that? Oh, our tonnage, we're registering all sorts of things. I said to yourself, how can we have a Nigerian liquefied natural gas company that is operating over 20 ships, owned by them, but registered out of the country? And I always challenge the massa that the day NLNG will register one ship with the Nigerian register, then that register has now met the standard required to attract anybody to register in that flag. As an operator, I have to literally keep somebody on a daily basis visiting NIMASA to make our requirements to comply with the law happen. So there's still a lot of work, DG, to do in that place. Ships. I've just given you a typical example of the challenge why we cannot actually establish global trading ships. And how can you train mariners of my caliber, for example, if all they are doing is sailing on ships in the coastal domain? We must establish global trading fleet. It's not the government to establish that. It's the private sector, maybe in partnership with the public sector, but the enabling environment which makes it competitive for us to have global trading fleets that can compete. When we were in the committee to establish national fleets, we went with the Honorable Minister to Singapore to meet with PLI, and we signed an MOU. When we came back, PLI wrote to us. My president has just walked in. Let's welcome Dr. McGeorge Onyong. Nice to see you. So after our visit to PLI, we signed the MOU, we came back to Nigeria. PLI wrote to us in black and white that they were pulling out of the MOU because they've reviewed our tax laws. If they were to establish a Nigerian fleet with us, we cannot trade competitively. And they pulled out, and that is why we're still having this challenge, our tax laws. The maritime infrastructure, shipbuilding, ship repair yachts, we have improvement of our ports. The port concessionaires are doing their best. Digitization is sure. Maritime development finance agencies and adequate training platform to maintain a healthy pool of qualified maritime professionals. The challenge we have is not localized. In Nigeria, you buy a ship, to find people to crew that ship is a challenge. NIMASA is doing their best, courtesy of the NSD people. I'm not flattering you, Dr. Jamo, because you're here, but these are real things. For the first time, NSD cadets are being sent out of the country, not only to train in maritime institutions, but also to enjoy sea time opportunities in the country they were sent to. Before now, they will send our young cadets to anywhere in the world, they do all the academic work, and they are sent back to Nigeria to come and look for sea time. And here we don't have any ships to put them on. So well done, you have to keep that, you have to sustain that effort. I'm hoping by the time I finish with him, you will not want to be governor again, you want to stay with us. How many of you are going to support me in this work? Okay, I have you. Most of you are afraid to say so because if he becomes governor, he won't give you contract. Okay, thank you very much. Intermodal transport systems, we all know about that. We have a lot of beautiful policies. We have a lot of ideas, but implementation is a problem. We're talking about railways. I led my committee for the Benin River Port to go and meet with the managing director of the railways 2 days ago. To get there, to get to Nigerian Railways in Ebute Metta, nightmare. And we're talking about the headquarters of a critical sector of the transport nightmare. We have to really be serious about what we're saying. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement that has been signed is an opportunity again for the country to begin to export their things within the African coast, for example. So the need to look at the issue of the ports, the rail, the land, to be able to key into that is very, very key. It's a matter for regret that sometimes we don't really appreciate some basic fundamental things we need to do to change our destiny in this country. I tried to visit the Badagry environment. To get from Lagos to Badagry on that road through Alaba was horrendous. How can we be competitive in our trade? So you import goods into our country, you want to take them around the country, the roads are not good. The rails are trying, they are doing their best. But what about our maritime domain? The Navy is doing well. And then kudos to the Deep Blue project, which has changed the narrative as far as the reputation of our Gulf of Guinea shipping, with particular emphasis to Nigeria, has changed. Financing. That's an interest. The Nigerian commercial banks have been the main financing entity supporting the maritime assets acquisition over time. With all we say, the Nigerian banks have tried, even though at ridiculously high rates. But they've made it possible for some of us. To date, all the vessels we own in our fleet, about 12 of them, the financing bank that has given us support has been one of the commercial banks, First Bank. Very expensive, until lately when NCDMB came in, and they're beginning to help the ship owners to pay down on those expensive and be able to operate profitably. Cabotage Vessel Finance Fund. That issue is very simple. I think that the first thing to do is to find out how much has been accrued into that account. If we don't forensically carry out an audit of international standard to determine how much has been accrued into that, at least by the operators. We started contributing to that fund the moment it was established. As we speak, 2% of our contract values are being taken as source into that fund. I have my president here. It's a ship owner. He has been contributing into it. We have other ship owners who have been contributing. So it's very easy for you to talk to us and say, how much have you been paying? We have the evidences. And say, okay, this is the amount of money that should be in that account. And then you can now look at what's in that account. Let us even recognize that there may have been abuse. We cannot authenticate how the expenditure, but what we have and what is accruing every day, how can we track it? That's one issue. The second issue is the law, which is undergoing review, demands that the Honorable Minister of Transportation has the responsibility to develop the guidelines for the disbursement of our cabotage fund. So every occasion I have with my friend, the Honorable Minister, I hold him, I said, until you come out with guidelines, nobody can touch that money legally. Now, there was a guideline that was put in place under the tenure of Idris Umar as minister. So that guideline was put in place in line with the prevailing commercial regulatory circumstances in the country at that time. Now, at that time, the contributions into CVFF was going to NIMASA, but NIMASA was warehousing the money in commercial banks. So that guideline that came out stipulated that the establishment of PLIs, the primary lending institutions, 4 of them must be competitively identified. NIMASA did that. So we had the banks. And the banks were to contribute a percentage, I think about 35% into that bank, into that fund, at a very, very reduced interest rate. The bank were willing to do that. And then the promoter or the ship owner is supposed to contribute 15%. So what did we have? The commercial banks who were keeping the money, they were happy to give the guarantees required by government because they have the money, they can see it, they are trading with it, so they can put it in there, they can make it happen. But when there was a change of government and all these funds were moved into the Treasury single account, the guideline that was existing can no longer be applicable. There is need to review the guideline to take cognizance of the fact that the money is now in government coffers, so the requirement that was placed on the commercial banks technically should now be placed on the government agency responsible. That's not happening. People are not sitting around the table to say, look, what is actually the challenge? I have heard the DJ on several occasions announce that we're going to disburse. He desires to disburse. The minister desires to disburse. Everybody desires to disburse. But by law, you cannot disburse that fund until either you change the law or you come out with a new guideline taking cognizance of TSA. Thankfully, the Nigerian Content Development and Management and Monitoring Board, NCDMB, stepped in. The moment their own Logic Act was established, the first thing they did, of course, even operators contribute 1% of their income to the NCF, the Nigerian Content Fund. They went to the fund and pulled out $200 million and gave it to Bank of Industry and said, now, please, disburse to ship owners. And those who are already carrying very high interest rates, give them money to pay down, at least to reduce. And they did that. STARS was the beneficiary. In a very short time, NCDMB has made incredible impact in helping to grow the maritime asset acquisition in our industry. I wish a representative of theirs was here to acknowledge that appreciation that you are doing. So again, we have to come back to the domain of the DG, to take it back. Again, it's so difficult to ask him to do anything because we don't know what he's going to do tomorrow. But at least whilst you are there, sir, take it back to them. Let's review that requirement of the Act to enable that fund to be unlocked. If you read the news, social news, media, maritime tabloids, NIPC, and all, I think it was City News or something, there was an announcement that the Honorable Minister has said that very soon they will release funds for the Regional Maritime Development Bank. Now, the West African countries that constitute MOCA, Maritime Organization of Central, West and Central Africa, they got together and decided to establish a maritime bank to help the maritime industry in all those countries. And Nigeria was made the headquarters of that bank. 2 days ago, I got a call from the Secretary General of MOCA that finally the managing director for the bank has been appointed. The minister is ready for the country to contribute their funds. So hopefully in about 2 months, 3 months' time, there will be a functional maritime bank with some seed fund that operators can begin to look forward to. And I think we should appreciate whoever has made that happen on this occasion, please. So truly speaking, we have opportunities to change the narrative of operators. I'm saying operators, I'm not just saying ship owners. Maybe when my president comes up, we can be talking about ship owners. But everybody who is in the maritime domain stands to benefit if we can get these things to function properly. I talked about unethical behaviors. You can't run away from that. Anybody who is shipping goods to Nigeria, they are worried about several things, amongst which is the personnel who are supposed to facilitate their shipping activities in Nigeria. A good number of them really don't represent us well. Even in doing their job, the files are left there until somebody comes to push it out of that place. We intentionally create bottlenecks on the path of processes just because we want to, I don't know what, benefit in one way or the other. We need to look at it. All of us are guilty of us, including me, all of us. When I go to a place they can't push my paper, I put my hand in my pocket and give them money. I've already influenced them. The next day, they will expect everybody to do that. But are we in a position to say, look, this is not going to work? If you're not going to do it, I'll walk away from it, because it's not only me or my organization that is going to survive or is benefiting if it is done well. So we need to change the way we do things. I'm sure individuals who are in positions to experience this thing or to carry it out will be able to talk on it or speak more on it. Transparency, inefficiency, we have a lot of challenges. We know that, infrastructural challenge and others. that makes it difficult for our system to be inefficient. Our ports are not operating efficiently. Our agencies are not operating efficiently. Our ministries, I don't know. The Navy, they're trying. They're doing well. They're helping. They're churning out gunboats built by local establishments, local shipyards. The ones that are beyond the capacity, they go out to go and build. So when, for example, will other agencies of government that operate ships, NPA, for example, say, look, we are no longer going to import ships that we need for our towage. We'll try and build those ships in this country. How do we make it happen? Even if it's a foreign company, but let it happen. Again, you'll find that the tax laws is an issue. In other climes, if you are bringing in parts or equipment into your shipyard to build ship for yourself or others, there are some concessions and waivers that are given because of the high capital intensive nature of that particular sector. I'll talk about, after my talk, I'll take a minute to talk about what am I doing as an aging mariner to help change the narrative. Maritime security, I'm glad that the Navy is here. The Deep Blue project, since the commissioning, everything has gone quiet. I'm sure the DG may give us some update on what's happening, but whatever is happening, the domain is much more secure now. As a matter of fact, it's better to stay on a ship and live on a ship in our waters than to live in Nigeria on land because of the security challenge. Think about it. Training, big problem, big challenge. First of all, we need ashore on land training platforms like the Maritime Academy run, like Chakin Maritime Academy, like a few others in the Lagos area, Warri area. These organizations or these institutions, they are doing their best. They are trying to provide the academic requirement of producing seafarers. But we know that there's still a big gap. When they live there, there are no ships. It's not enough for us to keep looking out. We have to go back to the issue of, look, we must re-establish some form of Nigerian national shipping line that was liquidated in 1995. There has to be a platform created so that with our huge population of young people who are going to the seafaring profession, they will have that platform to augment the work that the maritime academies of this world, the Chakin maritime academies of this world are doing. NIMASA is not a ship operator. Technically speaking, when I was ship owner, the president of Ship Owners Association, I told my members, NIMASA is not the platform to train seafarers. The ship owners who are going to use those ships at the end of the day has the responsibility to train seafarers. And I'm repeating it, my presence here. We have to encourage those ships that are in our waters, whose tonnage and power meet at least the OOW requirements to run our ships in the country. Partnership with the agencies like NIMASA and anybody else. We can't continue to look out. Look out. We go to IMO for council actually casting their vote. They want to cast their vote for people who are seen out there. If you go to the Nigerian Maritime Academy or run and see that institution, it's a flagship for the world. When can we take it out there and project it to IMO? See, this is what we are doing in Nigeria. This is what we are doing to be able to bring in ships. And that brings me to a point I can't wait to say. DG sir, the issue of the simulator to enable our seafarers stop going out of the country for the simulator training and certification needs to be addressed fairly urgently. It's affecting my own crew. Well, I've said it there. The actualization of good practical exposure for students should be a joint effort between the government and the stakeholders in the maritime sector. For example, vessel owners should create the opportunities for students to fulfill internship requirements for their certification needs. And government can encourage these incentives by providing financial incentives, again, to the stakeholders. As stakeholders, we are not asking you to give us money to go and build houses. Just help us to build ships that will employ Nigerians, that will train Nigerians, and help our economy. The blue economy is more than ports and terminals. Opportunities for investors to exploit Nigeria's coastal and maritime resources for revenue generation and job creation includes, of course, fishing. We've talked about transportation and tourism, power, hospitality. These prospects have not been fully exploited due to challenges of insecurity, which is getting better, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing in our waters, pollution. People are talking about blue economy. I say our own is brackish water economy. I went to the embassy to renew my visa, American embassy, and I came out there. I was pressed like crazy. I looked around. Is there anywhere? They said nothing. I looked for a house. I went behind that building, overseeing the water, and I did what I needed to do. It goes into our water. You cannot call that blue economy. So our blue economy efforts must take cognizance of our environment. There was a time some patriotic Nigerians initiated the process of clearing our waters of trash and things, but suddenly it died down. It died down because the economy is so bad. People have abandoned that. They're looking for how to survive, how to eat, how to buy bread at higher costs. So even though the will is there are other militating factors that may be beyond the individuals. Now, I talked about the role of the stakeholders also contributing to helping our nation become a maritime domain of respectability. Apart from being a ship owner, I'm sure most of you know that I'm also a ship repairer. Been operating my shipyard for over 20 years, and we are going on an expansion plan. I'm on my way out. I celebrated my 71st birthday last February. So anything I'm doing right now is not contract. It's not about me. It's about these young people. So Star Shipyard has been operating as a 500-ton lifting capacity, floating dock since inception in 2000, and has carried out over 1,000 dry dockings of various vessel types and sizes. To meet the current market requirements, the shipyard is scaling up our operations and expanding our shipyards to about 9,000 tons lifting capacity and 150 meters long. I've been on this project for 9 years. I'm a long distance runner. I always said that it may not happen in my lifetime, but it will be there for successors to key into. The good news, though, is that having done all the preparatory work, only 3 weeks ago, Afri-Exim Bank, I shouldn't have been saying this because I'm still waiting for the DG to support that initiative. Afri-Exim Bank came to us and said, listen, this project that you've been on, what is the challenge? We were stuck in concluding the de-risking of the pre-feasibility studies. 1.6 million, after spending millions of dollars, 1.6 million, they said, we'll give it to you because we are more interested in the cost of building this, which is estimated at about $150 million. So as we are talking, the fund to make this happen has kicked in, with or without government. I believe God now that I will live to be part of commissioning this. Thank you very much. Questions and answers, please.
Amazing. Questions, please. If you have, we have time for just 2 questions. So the first 2 hands to go up, please, will be given the opportunity to ask. Do we have a hand up? Going once, going twice. It means that it was absolutely clear. Is there a hand up? Sir, is your hand up? Please rise. Please rise. So we're very clear that your hand
Can I take the microphone?
Yeah.
That man almost looks like the rector of the Maritime Academy.
Good morning, everybody. Dr. Jamu, good morning. It's good to see you, sir. Uncle Greg, thank you for this paper you presented. I have quite a lot of questions, but I'm just trying to put them together. You talked about the guidelines with regards to this, to the CVFF. Now, if you're saying that if the guidelines are not changed, the funds cannot be released or cannot be disbursed, are we stuck in this regard?
We are stuck. Anybody interfering with that fund is breaking the law. The act is very clear. So unless that act is modified to reflect otherwise, it's mandatory that the honorable minister, whoever it is, must come out with the guidelines taking cognizance of the fact that the funds are no longer in commercial banks, they are now in government coffers. So if you take the existing guideline and read through it, you'll find that there's a role that the PLIs have to play in the funding. So until central bank or whoever can play that role, or there's a completely new arrangement, anybody touching that fund is committing a crime. The DG is here to contravene me if you want.
Secondly, sir, you also talked about the agreement Nigerian ship owners went into with the Singaporeans.
No.
With the PLI, something like that?
No. Now, this has always been what the Honorable Minister and I disagree on.
Okay.
He will say that after MOU, the Nigerian ship owners are expected to bring in their equity of 60%. There is nothing like that. The committee that was set up was a ministerial committee of different people like me. We are not a company that will go and borrow ship and bring the money. So we had not gotten to any point where the ship owners who would now be any entity, private, public, or public-private partnership, they have the responsibility to go and borrow money, not the ministerial committee. So I keep engaging him on this. The only occasion where I didn't engage him was when he came for my birthday. I couldn't start tackling him when he was my guest, because he mentioned it there. And it's not correct. The press is here. It's not the first time I'm saying it's not correct. Ship owners have not gotten to a point. Okay, I have 12 ships. If I decide to get into that global trading and I'm asked to come up with my equity, do you think I cannot mobilize my equity? How am I funding my fleet? How am I running my business? So we didn't get there. There are other ship owners who are ready. But the environment, that of PLI, we have it in writing from them why they pulled out. Our tax laws have to be reviewed. Next question. Otherwise, this old man would like to go and sit down.
Thank you very much, our old young man. Let's all appreciate Engineer Greg Obefun. Very in-depth presentation with lots of action points to take note of. If your hands are not tired, please appreciate him again. One of the beauties of aging with grace is that you can say your mind anyhow you like. Thank you so much, sir. We are so grateful. We also very deeply appreciate the presence once again of the Director General NIMASA, Dr. Bashir Jamo, who joined us whilst our speaker was going on. Once again, we say welcome, sir. Thank you so much for honoring us with your presence. Also with us is the Managing Director, Admiralty Maritime Services Limited, Rear Admiral Ayo Olubode. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Whilst, yes, you're clapping, clap very well. Thank you. Whilst our speaker was going on, we had the arrival of the President Ship Owners Association of Nigeria, Dr. McGeorge Onyung. Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us. I know many of us still have questions. There will be time during the panel session to field these questions sometime after the tea break. Right now, we'll also like to recognize the presence of the Managing Director, Nigeria Ports Authority, Mr. Mohammed Bello Koko, who is ably represented by the Port Manager, Lagos Port Complex, Mrs. Fumilayo Olutu. Welcome. Thank you so much, ma'am. We understand that you have a word for us, or a presentation, a brief presentation actually, and if you don't mind, we'll be glad to have you take it on now before we go into the other presentations for the day, because it is very foundational to some of the conversations that will be happening later. Please join us receive Mrs. Olufumilayo Olutu as she comes forward. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you.
Problem. Okay. Good afternoon, all, and do permit me to stay on the established protocols, but then I must acknowledge the DJ Nemasa, a big brother as it were, and the, is it young old man or old young man, our senior citizen, a maritime titan in his own capacity. So we do not expect you to just go off the screen. We still need to have you around. And for every other person here present, I bring the greetings of my managing director, Malam Mohamed Bello Koko, who, as we speak, is receiving a team from World Maritime University. That's why I'm here. And I'll be just running through this few slides to either highlight some of the things earlier said or bring perspectives of the Nigerian Ports Authority to the issues we are discussing. And like I said, the MD CEO extends his warmest regards to this gathering and expresses MPA's pleasure to be a part of the 2022 Alumni of Maritime Academy of Nigeria AMANO Stakeholders Forum. It is a great initiative, and we are glad to be part of it. So I roll. Just a brief outline delineating what the presentation will be all about, and I'll try to make it as snappy as possible. Well, we have introduction, we have delineation of maritime domain into zones, the Nigeria's maritime environment, the Nigeria's maritime territory, the Nigeria's trade volume. It's moving faster than the people projecting. Oh, sorry. Okay. So, we try to look at the maritime threats, deployment of technology, the deep blue economy that I had the senior citizen referencing while he was speaking, the challenges, the recommendations, and other things from the perspective of Nigerian Ports Authority. It is established that Nigeria is the most populous country of Africa, in Africa, with our vast maritime domain, with the coastline as stated above 860 kilometers, and maritime borders with the countries referenced above. Our ports are classified as critical national assets and part of Nigeria's infrastructure due to the significant economic and security importance which has been impacting positively on national security and economic development. The maritime domain is a resource provider, and it's a critical contributor to growth and prosperity of the countries that are lining coasts, as well as those inwards, due to the access granted. It is often said that over 90% of world trade is carried out by sea, and it is by far the most cost-effective way to move goods and raw materials around the world. I had the senior citizen referencing the fact that we no longer have our own lines, so we want to be a global player, but we sometimes lack the global requirements. And for as many as are from the government in the highest levels possible, we hope that they will take this back so that areas of disagreement can be addressed and Nigeria can now be positioned to play our own part. I'm sharing this quote from Sir Walter Raleigh, and it says, "Whoever commands the sea commands the trade, and whoever commands the trade of the world commands the riches of the world." And consequently, that person is doing what? Commanding the world itself. So we need to begin to ask ourselves, with the vast water and coastal lines that we have, what are we doing with it? Are we relevant, or they are just taking us along? I'm equally sharing another quote from Admiral Gary Rover of the US Navy. And it says, maritime domain awareness is where it all begins. We cannot conduct the operations that we must if we do not have a good sense of what is out there, moving on top of the water, above the water, or under the sea. What's our role in all of this? Ours is to provide an enabling business environment through the implementation of policies, get towards overcoming safety, security, and environmental challenges. We also try to comply with the international conventions, SOLAS, MAPOL, etc. So it is pertinent that as a coastal nation, Nigeria takes this subject of maritime domain awareness seriously, especially in matters of national security strategy and economic development. The delineation of maritime domain into zones is what we've tried to capture there. We have the internal waters, we have the territorial sea, we have the contiguous zone, we have the exclusive economic zone, and we have the high seas. And all these have their own role. If technology is failing, let me resort to the hard copy while that is ongoing. So for us at Nigerian Ports Authority, excuse me. Yes, we are looking at Nigeria's maritime environment. And truth be told, according to the 2020 report from NMPC, Nigeria's maritime environment is rich in hydrocarbon deposits with proven oil reserves of about 28.2 billion barrels, representing 1.63% of total global oil reserves, and 165 trillion standard cubic feet natural gas reserves. We just want to place on record that even when we are talking of all these reserves and what have you, the sea plays a major role in transporting most of these goods or the oil that we are even processing from outside. So the oil and gas sector accounts for about 10% of the GDP, and petroleum export revenue represents about 86% of total export revenue of the country, as postulated by Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. Nigeria claims a territorial sea of 12 nautical miles along its coastline of about 420 nautical miles and an EEZ of up to 200 nautical miles from the baseline. Additionally, we have field claims for an extended continental shelf of up to 350 nautical miles. And we've tried to present a graphic representation of the territory that we mentioned earlier. So this translates to 0.40 square meters of sovereign territory. However, the federal government of Nigeria has recently commenced moves to define the Nigerian Maritime Territory. And quoting Mr. President, he said, a territory without walls. So Nigeria presently occupies a strategic location in international seaborne trade along the Gulf of Guinea, and we have the average as reflected up there. Furthermore, we have over 60% of our external trade, both in terms of volume and value, being transported by sea, as the region's waterways serve as key navigational routes for international commerce, connecting countries as a hub of extensive transatlantic trade. In the midst of all this, okay, what do we have? We still have some threats, and we've tried to identify some of these threats, which are high risk for shipping due to maritime crimes. We've had cases of militancy, kidnapping for ransom, but we want to sincerely appreciate NIMASA for the security aspect of the Deep Blue project, because as at Q1 2022, we have zero, and I'm laying emphasis on that, zero reports of militancy and kidnapping for ransom. So thanks so much, sir, and we hope it will be sustained. Likewise, for piracy, there is a drastic reduction In Q1 of 2020, we've had just 7 compared with what we used to have in times past. It was more or less like a daily occurrence. But these are, they've tackled it significantly, and we are all grateful to them for the comfort that is being provided for ships, for crews, and for cargo coming into the country. Some of the other threats: sea robbery, crude oil theft, illegal oil bunkering, incidents of stowaways, which had also drastically reduced. On that note, let me also acknowledge the Nigerian Navy. We appreciate you for your partnership in ensuring that this has been brought to a significant reduction. Then other threats are smuggling and unreported and unregulated fishing. I was sharing with someone in the office. I have one of these expatriates that was resident in Nigeria for a while, and each time he goes out fishing, he will just send me a picture of whatever he has caught. And it will come with a remark that used to be very painful to me. This can only happen in your country. I wouldn't try this where I'm coming from. Nobody does even fishing by leisure in my country without paying for it. So I think we need to begin to look at this as threats, not only to our maritime trade, but also to our economy. Then we have steps taken so far to enhance maritime security and architecture in Nigeria. It includes the C3I of NPA, the C4I of NIMASA, the Falcon I of Nigerian Navy, and the deep blue economy, the security aspect of it from NIMASA as well. And we'll see that it keeps improving, it keeps getting better. And the global layers we are hoping to also begin to exhibit in our country. We are looking at AI, we are looking at robotics technology, and effective use of drones, not just for the purposes of taking pictures that can give us area views or some other views of our port areas. So for the deep blue economy, that is NIMASA's area, but we just wanted to reference some of it. Captain said, shipbuilding and ship repairs. It is what we have that we can do. How many of our dockyards are viable? Some of them are just there answering the nomenclature of dockyards without being maximally utilized. So we need to begin to look into that. Transport, that's what we are all used to, the cargo transport. But how about ferry transport? Somebody was asking me yesterday in the office, can we move by water from Nigeria, for instance, to other parts of countries along the coastline? I know we have it in Calabar. There is a passenger ferry in Calabar, and somebody is saying they want to try one from Lagos to Abidjan. I wouldn't know if that has started. So we need to begin to look into that. The fisheries that I referenced earlier, as well as the offshore oil and gas. NIMASA had rolled out in 2021, that's what I referenced there, and their space within the Gulf of Guinea is now quite appreciable, and we want to celebrate them for that. What are the challenges? Unauthorized entry sailing on nations' waters. We still have places where vessels are coming in and they are not properly tracked, properly identified. It's only when they are coming into the port to discharge or load cargo that all our eyes are on them. But how about some who come in, sometimes even doing midstream operations? Who is tracking them? Maritime piracy, it has been reduced, but we can still do better. Smuggling exotic plants and animals from a terminal within my own port. We've had cases of elephant tusks that were discovered and prevented from being taken out. But we need to sustain all these levels. Drug trafficking, it's there. We've had a massive haul by the NDLEA, also within the axis of the DQL in Lekki. So we need all the agencies to be at alert to ensure that all these things are put under control. Illegal carrying of weapons and artillery, human trafficking, discharge in ocean waters. When Captain referenced the fact that I looked around and I just to go and do it, we still have people dropping things into our waters and we are actually not controlling them. So we need to look into that area. The illegal fishing, I've said that, and of course tax evasion by some of the people perpetrating these illegalities. For ways forward, multilateral approach. We need the maritime domain awareness for trade in the Gulf of Guinea. We need coordinated maritime processes. We need interagency collaboration. information gathering and information sharing. It's not sufficient to gather the information. If you're not sharing it with those that will also need it, then we are only creating silos that will only be to our own disadvantage. For us, within the port limits, yes, we have provisional of navigational aids, removal of wreck, the C3I that I referenced earlier. Then we also have our Port Security Code of Practices under the ISPS code and coordination of joint security agencies in the port. We equally have our marine environment protection and manpower development. And I want to say this, when the simulation center was being referenced, there is a world-class simulation center now in Nigerian Ports Authority's dockyard in Apapa. It was part of our management initiative to ensure that, one, we go digital, and two, we reduce the cost of sending pilots outside the country for training. It is available even for tours, for visits, and for training. Recommendations. I was so glad when I heard the reference about Nigeria not being recognized when it comes to voting. They will vote when they believe you have capacity. It's not about your color. It's not about your English. It's not about the number of persons you are taking to IMO. It's about what you have on ground to prove to people that we are a nation that should be recognized when it comes to maritime. So for all the industry executives, we believe there is more to do in ensuring that we don't just go to IMO with a large retinue of officers without coming back with anything tangible. Nigerians' absence at the council has affected some of our ratings compared with our Ghanaian counterparts. So we need to begin to look into this. Even for employment, even for these cadets, when they are sent, sometimes I'm like, I want to put them on board vessels, and I'm being told the insurance does not cover them. So if they have been trained at Oron and they are coming out, where can they be absorbed? What policies do we have in place to ensure that they get the needed exposure that can make them compete effectively with their counterparts from across the globe? Further recommendations, we must get on board as world attention is turning to maritime security and see how we also take our space there. I'll soon be through. The other one I have is leveraging on new technology, which can also help us to move around and capture what is required to be captured. Another recommendation we have is the economic outlook, that the federal government needs to think of investments in the maritime domain, not necessarily on vessels bringing cargo. There are other areas that can be explored within the maritime domain. And if this is done, we are very sure that it's going to further position Nigeria to be part of the global trade. On the final note, we are also looking at the inter- and intramodal cargo evacuation procedures. There is over-concentration on cargo evacuation by road. How about rail, which the minister is pushing? And how about barges, which we believe will further give us the necessary ease that we desire in moving cargo from within and across the country, as well as with other countries in tropical West Africa. For us in the Nigerian Ports Authority, as I conclude, we remain a national brand asset, strategically positioned to be the maritime logistics hub for sustainable port services in Africa. And we are committed to maritime deliverables on a bedrock of efficiency, customer satisfaction, security, collaboration, innovation, safety, and integrity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, ma'am, Mrs. Olufumilayo Olotu. You will agree with me that she has done justice. Thank you, ma'am. She has done justice to our theme today, the state of the Nigerian maritime domain in 2022 and beyond. Let's applaud her again. Thank you so very much, ma'am, for that in-depth Ma'am, there's a question for you, but I don't know if you'd like to take it at... You want to have the question now, sir? Okay.
Take the mic to her.
My name is Tajuddin Alao, the President, Nigerian Association of Master Mariners. Thank you, Madam, for the information. But under your recommendation, you said Nigeria is not on IMO white list. Nigeria is. We are not in the council, but we are on the IMO white list. Our certificate is recognized worldwide. There is reciprocal recognition of certificates. I just want to point that out. In the paper she presented, recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for that observation. Well, more observation.
Who first?
Please.
DG, sir, and the respected panelists and, wonderful stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. My question is to NPA. We're talking about the maritime, domain. We realize that it's a vast industry, and I want to limit my question to the ports. Today, the turnaround time for the Lagos port is really crazy, and I was expecting her to tell us something about the port. What is really being done to decongest that port? Because ship owners that are coming from around the world, they dread the Lagos port because before they can discharge, and they want to know the discharging rate that that will be applicable, so that they know how long their vessels are going to be. Most of these vessels that come to Nigeria are chartered vessels, and they are chartered on a daily basis. So I want her to tell us about that. And I also want to say, I don't know whether it will not be, I realize the challenge of NPA, however, and I know that something must give. In other climes, nobody builds a port in a city. And now we have Ajegunle that has almost taken over the port. Is there any plan in the scheme of things to see how you can relocate the port? I mean, you can relocate Ajegunle, but it will be very difficult to relocate the port. So is there, if we put in 1 trillion naira, for instance, is it not possible for us to, relocate Ajegunle? My question, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. There's going to be the panel section for questions and answer, please. So please do well to just scribble your questions and your concerns down. Let's do that when we get to that point. I'm sure Madam would like to respond when we get to that point. Okay. You respond now? Beautiful. Okay.
Let me start from the last speaker. The port was not built in the city. The city caught up with the port. And it's always like that. When ports are established, oftentimes, if you know, they are around the coastline. And they are always deep within. But as the port's operations begin to expand, you start having industries coming to the port vicinity. You start having people coming to the port vicinity. So when we say we want to relocate the port, we are talking of, this is not an artificial port. This is a natural port that we keep dredging to ensure that we could have the available draft for vessels to come. So I just want to stress that. Then on the turnaround time, I make bold to say, for any container vessel, the issue we're having is this. When we take records of your vessel from the signal station, we are counting from when you have indicated your interest to come alongside. But sometimes what we have is, a ship is still in Ghana, I'm just referencing, and the agent is declaring that vessel at the berthing meeting, and we start taking records of that vessel. So we needed to come and say, you know what, your vessel cannot be in Ghana, your vessel cannot be in Togo, and you are saying you are declaring that vessel. No, we will not take it. We will start counting from when the vessel is set to come into Nigerian territorial waters for purposes of trade. And that is what we are doing now. And if I reference that, I can assure you, for any container vessel, APMT is the largest handling terminal for containers. 48 hours, you are out of our port. So we have a quicker turnaround time for vessels coming into the port. For general cargo, for bulk cargo, it is not the same, and we need to note this. General cargo, bulk cargo, sometimes they are affected by nature. If it is raining, of course, the ashes must be closed. So they take longer days. But when we are giving you the KPIs, we are not going to isolate containers. We are giving you the total KPIs for all the available berths in the port. So when you are referencing that, you now say, oh, from the statistics, we are having 4 days, 5 days. It's because we are now taking the totality of all the terminals that are in the port. So we have improved significantly, and the moment you come into our waters, your documents are in place, you can be out of the port in record time. On the council, I've taken note of that. That was a mixed up. Yes, we are not in the council. We were close to it, but we lost out for reasons that I don't want to go into here. That is taken. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mrs. Olufumilayo Olotu is the port manager, Lagos Port Complex. She's here representing the MDMPA, Mr. Mohammed Bello Koko. Thank you so very much, ma. We appreciate you. To get our policies right, we must put the right people in the right offices, because indeed, the blue economy is beyond just ports and terminals. I want to join my voice with that of Engineer Greg Ogbeifun to say that we appreciate that for real we have one of us, the Director General of NIMASA, who will very soon, after now, be giving us his welcome address or goodwill message. We are very pleased to have one of us in the system. So, sir, if you're ready, sir, can we please applaud the DG NIMASA to come give us his goodwill message? Thank you very much, sir.
Well, thank you very much, MC. The President, Maritime Academy Oron Alumni Association, the President Ship Owners Association of Nigeria, the representative of the Chief of Naval Staff, representative of MDMPA, other important dignitaries. I deliberately decided to put my brother Greg Eboifon, the MD of SARS, a little bit backward, because I think he took the lead in terms of his presentation. As usual, he doesn't mix words when it comes to the maritime domain. I would like to sincerely appreciate you for having time to come to this fora. Other important dignitaries, gentlemen of the press, whom I always appreciate the way they are disseminating information, educating, and then redirecting the thinking of people with regards to the maritime industry. Day in, day out, sometimes even at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., you will see them with different informations and stories online. I most sincerely appreciate you. Members of the maritime industry, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I think the organizers of this program, they deliberately decided to sideline NIMASA. Because when I came in, I watched a lot of banners here, and I didn't see NIMASA. And I look around, I look at their brochure, what NIMASA they are supposed to deliver. I didn't see any specific things they have given to NIMASA other than a goodwill message. So I think by the time Mr. Greg Obefon finished his speech, I was at a loss. I said that even though he's my friend, they allow him to attack NIMASA, and they don't give me chance to revenge. They say only I should give keynote address. So in giving my keynote address, I will have to be very careful, because he tried to give the maritime family that I'm venturing into politics. I'm still consulting. I'm still consulting. Those who are very familiar with the media, they saw me with my parents on Saturday and with my emir on Saturday, because they say charity begins at home. I went to consult them, seek their advice and prayers. Now, after my parents, who is next? Who can help me? Next, I had something, somebody mentioned something. Family. And I'm part of Maritime Domain family. So I'm here to, I will come to the Maritime Domain family and ask for such consult. I must consult the family. So if I didn't come to the Maritime family for consultation, it means I'm not yet in politics. And when he finished, he came to me, he said that, look, are you aware most of the stakeholders, they are not interested in you venturing into politics? I said, I'm aware. Even the international communities, they are not. But you see, one thing in life is this: nothing is permanent. Whether I like it or not, whether the stakeholders like it or not, one day I must leave NIMASA. And somebody must do the job. And whether I like it or not, the challenges that I'm going to meet in my community, somebody must do that job. And it could be me, and it could be any other person. So I so thank you so very much for such concerns. Now back to the basics. Let me start by thanking the alumni of MAN Academy Oron for organizing this kind of event. It's one of the things that bring the maritime industry together, share knowledge, and make sure that we understand the basic rudiments. Why are we in the maritime industry in the first place? Without this fora, it's going to be very difficult. We have a bunch of professionals. If you hear the MAN Oron graduate abroad that I've been relating with, you will be shocked. Amazing, doing amazing and great job, starting from IMO to other maritime domain all over the world. You will go there, you find MAN Academy Oron graduate excelling. So how do we know? Without this fora, I think it's going to be very difficult. The president of the alumni can bear me witness. One day I was in Lisbon, and somebody approached me. He was in Australia. And they were giving me insight on the issue how to tackle the illegal and unauthorized fishing in our own waters, like the representative of MDMPA mentioned. And he brought a lot of ideas, what we can do to improve the maritime domain. I said, okay, I will introduce you to one of the professionals in the industry so that you can be talking. And the president has been interfacing with him, and they have been giving us a kind of receipt on how to improve our own maritime domain. So I must sincerely thank you and thank you and thank you and appreciate you for organizing this particular forum. Even though I was told only to give a goodwill message, I think looking at the topic, State of the Nigerian Maritime Domain, 2022 and beyond, it will not be fair for me to live here without giving a kind of word that connect the maritime domain. First of all, what is maritime domain? Different people will give you different ideas of maritime domain. The International Maritime Organization defines maritime domain as effective understanding of everything around the maritime domain that will impact on maritime security, maritime safety, maritime economy, marine environment. Now, if you look at these four things that the definition of IMO given the maritime domain, out of the 4 keywords utilized, that is known, that is NIMASA, is out of it in terms of regulatory function. When you talk about the maritime security, the Act clearly defines the role of the maritime industry in terms of maritime security. Even though our brothers in Navy, they just submitted their own paper requesting the National Assembly to scrap maritime security as part of the mandate of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency. It's left for the lawmakers to look at what the real thing should be. But to my mind, the issue of security cannot be achieved by single individual, single entity, or single organization. Different speakers, including my brother, Greg Obefong, the MPA, applauded the successes recorded so far in the maritime security. And so many people alluded to the factors that make us achieve these successes. And while internally we are trying to fight and abuse each other, whether this one should be responsible on maritime security, whether this should not be, whether I am the one that is responsible for securing the maritime domain or not, we left the international community instead of looking at countries that spend 2 to 3 decades fighting maritime insecurity, including Singapore Strait. Till today, they are now the most dangerous sea to trade. They left them to come to my office just last week, the European Union, to tell me that why you achieve maritime security is because of COVID-19. More ships are not coming to Nigeria. I look at them and laugh. I say, okay, tell me, did you use historical method of research or analytical or statistical to arrive at the reason why the drop in piracy in Nigeria, not only in Nigeria and Gulf of Guinea? By the time I gave this challenge, we finished the meeting, the leader called me aside. He said, I didn't mean what I said. I'm just saying it for saying sake. But with the players, we can give you a graphic view from when the issue of maritime insecurity become worst. Please permit me to give this kind of explanation. It's very important. I'm not asked to give a lecture, but I need to give an insight so that people can be educated. The maritime domain includes all these things. I will touch each and discuss about it. When did we experience the worst maritime security in Nigeria? The data are there. November, December 2020. We were recording 6 attacks in a week. Average of 1 attack per week. By first quarter of 2021, we started recording 1 attack per month. And in some months, we cannot even get attack. by third quarter of 2021, we recorded 27 years record that we have never experienced drop in piracy in our own territorial waters. 27 years since 1994. The successes recorded by September 2021 has never been recorded in Nigeria and Gulf of Guinea. Now, by the end of 2021, December, we have raised the bar to 28 years success that has never been achieved. It means we were not backsliding. We were progressing. Nigeria didn't stop at that. By 3rd of March, the international community came out openly and said that we are removing the names of Nigeria as the country prone with piracy. We are no longer on piracy list. This analysis, this report, this research is not made by Nigeria or Nigerian. It's made by International Maritime Bureau, the only body allowed and authorized to make this analysis and report these things. At this juncture, I would like to sincerely appreciate the commitment of the Nigerian Navy. There are so many factors, and I will mention some. But Nigerian Navy really deserve an applause for this tremendous success and achievement. When you talk about maritime security as it connects NIMASA's mandate, you are just talking about policy issues. You are talking about logistics issues. But the issue of combat, tactical, and operations lies in the hand of Nigerian Navy. Because no NIMASA staff can handle gun. No NIMASA staff can shoot gun. No NIMASA staff can go to the sea with a ship trying to fight a piracy, apart from the Nigerian Navy. Our role is basically policy. And now, what is the role that metamorphosed to this success? One, cooperation among the local and international players. When I came on board, the first thing I did was to see that the pressure, the accusation and counter-accusation from the international community need to be addressed. You can't continue to be abusing me of performing or underperforming, and you don't interface with me. And I don't understand the areas that I'm underperforming. So we quickly introduced what we call Nigeria Joint Industry Working Group. So first of all, before we did that, we moved around the stakeholders. We met the Chief of Naval Staff, Chief of Air Staff, Chief of Navy Staff, Army Chief, IG, Inspector General of Police, the issue of MAPOL, the issue of Marine Police, the SSS, everybody must come on board. We must speak with one language. After understanding each other and know that, look, we have a common monster. If we decide and say, I, me, myself, alone, then I will remain alone. And that is what happened during the September 9/11 issues. The FBI, the CIA, and all other security apparatus in US, they were aware that American soil would be attacked. But each and every one of them left their own information to their own chest. And in doing so, the criminals striked, and they succeeded. So we say, no, we should put our acts together. Navy should not look at themselves, they are the only entity. NIMASA shouldn't look at yourself the only entity. If you have money, bring it. Give it to your brother Navy. Let them buy arms. Let them get ships. Let them repair their ships. How much is their budget? They are eating from the everybody's copper. Nimasa, you get some revenue. Bring it out. See how you can do to assist. After getting that right, we say, okay, you international community that you are saying that Nigeria is the most dangerous water we should trade. How many Nigerians own sea-going on vessel? We don't have them. The ship owners are here. Sorry, I didn't recognize my brother, the President Ship Owners Association of Nigeria. Most of the vessels coming into Nigeria belongs to you. Okay, come, let's sit down. Let us see what is the problem, what are the problems. And now we brought in all the parties concerned. We brought in BIMCO, we brought in tanker owners, the cargo owners, Intertanko, Intercargo. We brought BIMCO and all other players internationally. We said, okay, let us sit down with the representative of Nigerian Navy, with the representative of the Nigerian Ship Owners Association. I remember Captain Tayo was one representing the ship owners in that particular committee. And then we brought in Nimasa. Now jointly with two officials with the backing of IMO, we used to sit every month, discuss the common problem. If there is an attack, we address the attack, we look at the attack, what are we going to do, what we are supposed to do, and we share information. That's one. Second, we have the cooperation of ICC, Navy, and NIMASA, joint chairmanship, for us to understand the role of International Coordinating Center in Yaoundé that takes care of about 9 countries regionally, to sit down and analyze the problems of this insecurity and how we are going to address that issue. We have a representative of Nigerian Navy, we have NIMASA, and we have the ICC. This is documented. We sign it. We sign MOU, and we do meet to address those issues. That particular cooperation brought into another, what we call Gulf State of Guinea. The Gulf State of Guinea is an arm that brings all umbrellas together. From that meeting of Joint Industry Working Group, we have foreigners that can talk to other organizations like European Union. They have presence now in Gulf of Guinea. We have Denmark, even though there was a crisis where they attacked and killed some people, a lot of controversies attached to that. Recently, Italian vessel addressed an issue of an attack around Ghana. And we have so many instances where the foreign navies give their own cooperations towards subverting such attacks. That's the number 3 issues. Then the number 4 issues has to do with Deep Blue Project. The Deep Blue Project, they do go and study, see the dark areas and other things, and share informations. That's number 4. And then number 5, we make sure that we address the issue of SPOMO Act. We used to arrest these criminals. The judges will remand them in either prison or anywhere. At the end of the day, they don't have the law to make the necessary punishment on those criminals. And at the end of the day, they will release them. If they are in prison, they indoctrinize others. They come out instead of them to stop the act, but they will have more membership. They will continue to do that. As God will have it, the SPOMO Act came into being in 2019. We were having about 20 or 20-something at-hand criminals suspected. We pursue the issue of prosecution of those people vigorously. 10 were handed over 7-year jail terms. They are still in jail. 7, 10 years jail term. They are still in jail. 3, they are foreigners. They are fined because they refuse to give information. They have the information. They refuse to give information. That's number 5. And then number 6, we have complete backing of International Maritime Organization. Whatever we are doing, they are aware, they know. So these are the areas of the policies that we do. And in everything we do, we relate with Nigerian Navy. Where we know that it's going to be very difficult. When we were to sign the agreement between Nigeria and ICC, I look at it, Nigeria, ICC, NIMASA. At the final stage for me to sign online during COVID, I look at the paper. I say, okay, now if I sign, what next? We must go to the sea and fight the war. Can I do that? I cannot do that. Quickly, I switch off my computer. I have to rush back to Nigerian Navy. I spent over 2 months working with Nigerian Navy to see how they can how I can get their buy-in. Before I got their buy-in with the approval of the Minister of Defense, with the approval of the Chief of Naval Staff. We now sign agreement. And they give, in each they have their representatives. Joint Industry Working Group, Nigerian Navy, they are there. The issue of Shed Gob of Guinea, the president sit-up was the one representing Nigerian Navy. So there is no how you can fight the issue of maritime insecurity without cooperation, coordination, collaboration, and communication. You must communicate. So this is the secret behind the successes we recorded in the maritime security, in the maritime domain as of today. Now, the biggest challenge now, how to sustain it. We're working towards international seminar to see all these factors that we mentioned. How can we strengthen them? How can we make them domicile and become effective? We are trying to see the introduction of Regional Maritime Security and Safety Training Center, where we can be conducting research, not only in Nigeria, but also in Gulf of Guinea, and advising different countries with different reasons of this insecurity in their own country to make sure that we continue to sustain the tempo. That's one of the definitions of maritime domain by the International Maritime Organization. Now, maritime safety. What are we doing about the maritime safety? We try as much as possible to strengthen our issues that has to do with flag and posted control. Even though we are not so much inclined to the implementation of those, but what we are doing as far as that area is concerned is for us to beef up our own enforcement mechanism, the issue of surveyors, flag and posted controls officers, to make sure that we deal with that issue. Secondly, our issue of GMDSS, we concluded the Takwa Bay Center, we concluded the Krikiri Center. We are now moving towards Oron and Escrabos. The third issue has to do with littered wrecks in our own territorial waters. The federal government approved the complete removal of wrecks all over the country. We started from Badagry to Tinkan Island axis. The contractor is on the second stage. He has finished the first phase. We have the western zone with headquarters in Lagos. We have the eastern zone, headquarters in Port Harcourt. We have the central zone, headquarters in Warri. So we have 4 centers. All the Federal Executive Council approved and budget has been provided. Contractors mobilized to site. So we will make sure that our navigational areas are safe. That's on the issue of maritime safety. The Accident Investigation Bureau, we now re-strengthen it. We are now investigating each and every accident we receive. We are now documenting it, and we will be sharing this information to the stakeholders so that we can see how we can address it. The third aspect is the economy, which from when we came in, we developed what we call Tripod S, shipping development. When you develop shipping, the economy and the revenue accrued, and the value chain accrued, is what is going to add to the GDP of a country. And that is the economic aspect of it. We just, as the MD SARS mentioned, we are now developing a kind of policy that has to do with shipbuilding and ship repairs strategic document for the next 2030. We developed the Blue Economy Blueprint Strategy from 2022 to 2050. All this strategy document is being built. We are now building it gradually. The president approved that the vice president should chair that particular committee. We have already established a thematic session for this, and we are on and on. I'm just coming back from Kenya on the issue of blue economy. So the issue of blue economy, the issue of economy, in line with the definition of IMO, we are going far. I listened and I read, I saw a lot of write-ups on the issue of our own modular floating dock. Yes, Mr. Greg mentioned that we are not to be seen as commercial operators in terms of shipping or operations. That's true. That's quite true. But from time to time, the government must introduce a policy intervention. That's what we call good governance, to see what can we do to improve the shipping and the shipping domain. And what are those things that we are doing? It's the type of the policy intervention that we did to buy the modular floating dock. Now, the modular floating dock came in without any plan, a lot of problems here and there. They just, the manufacturers came and dumped it in Nigerian waters without test, without doing anything, and left. When I came, I thought it's like a car. I can just kick the engine and move it to anywhere I can. By the time we brought the manufacturer, they said, gentlemen, you can't do that. Otherwise, this tide will sweep away these things. We took it to naval dockyard. We had to invite the manufacturers back to Nigeria to come and do the needful. Now we are almost to three-quarter completion. We are working. What we did, as Mr. Greg said, we cannot be the regulators and be the operators at the same time. We contacted ICRC, come in. This property belongs to the federal government, and this is what we intend to do. So we have to get partners so that we can have the effective management and utilization of this modular floating dock. No single individual can come and pick the modular floating dock and decide what to do. Either he give his own friends or family or girlfriends to manage. No, it's for Nigeria. So in so doing, we brought out 3 partners. One, MPA, owning Continental Shipyard. They are the shareholders with their own Continental Shipyard. NIMASA has the modular floating dock. They are shareholders. And then we have the managing partner. He is also the shareholder. We hope in the next 1 or 2 months, we'll be able to come back to Nigerians and say, this is your modular floating dock, and it's good for you to use, and everybody will now see it using. So those are the kinds of things that it relates to this. On relations, as regards to the marine environment management, we introduced a lot of policies that has to do, like Marine Litter Action Plan, to see how we can address the issue of marine litters in our own waters, to make sure that our water is clean, to make sure that our fish did not swallow all those garbage and end on your own table. When you eat, it becomes problems to you, and so on and so forth. So then again, we have been liaising with the IMO to deal with the issue of ballast water and other related issues. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not here to give lecture, but I try as much as possible to give you small synopsis view of the definition given by the International Maritime Organization as relates to maritime domain. And 2022 and beyond. Now you have heard what NIMASA intends to be doing. beyond the 2022. One interesting thing, I don't want to give my brother from Guardian to attack me, is the issue of CBFF. CBFF, to a large extent, is being politicized. Sorry to say. But anytime I look at a combination of faces in one place discussing maritime, anywhere I am, I won't be at peace. As I'm talking to you, I'm supposed to be in Abuja addressing the issue of CBFF. We have been talking, so we are no longer talking. We want the practitioner to see action. We cannot talk again. I am supposed to be in Abuja addressing some of the gray areas. I put in my word. I am still putting in my word. We are going to disburse the CBFF. The issue of audit that raised by Mr. Greg is part of the statutory requirement that every year NIMASA accounts must be audited. It must be audited. And that audit includes the CBFF account. It cannot be audited in isolation. And that audit is being monitored by the Auditor General of the Federation and the National Assembly, that they have the constitutional right to come and check and know whatever. We know what monies we have. We know what we have there, and nobody can touch that money. The money is in TSA account. So you have no right to touch it with the federal government. But as he said, there are technical issues regarding the disbursement, but we will continue to do what is right. At the middle of last year, we called for expression of interest from banks in line with the Act under the issue of 4 banks, primary lending institution. 9 banks applied. We have shortlisted and sent it. That means we are not sleeping. We are working on it. We send it to the appropriate quarters, and they are looking at it. They will not send it to us. Now, the issue of review is the next things we are doing. And then the approval also has some technical issues. That was what I went to Abuja, and I had to rush so that I can give my own quota to this particular gathering. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the governing board and the entire management of NIMASA family, I want to sincerely thank the organizers of this event, and I want to thank each and every one of you for having time to come and understand the little about the Nigerian maritime domain. I assure you that NIMASA will always there for you. We say what we do, and we do what we say, and we will continue to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. DG. Dr. Bashir Jamo, thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you, and we thank you as well that after seeking the face of God, going to your traditional ruler, seeing your parents, you came to the family. So let me start personally by addressing you as Your Excellency, sir. The family is solidly behind you. Thank you. Okay, when we picked the theme for this forum, we were seeking to know where we are coming from, where we are, and hopefully where we are going to as regard the maritime domain awareness for 2022 and beyond. I want to believe you can agree with me that we are learning, and of course we are becoming very much aware of where we stand and hopefully what the future holds for us. Also coming on the heels of NIMASA, we actually have someone from NIMASA to talk to us. Coming on the heels of NIMASA to address us on the topic seafarers training and certification, looking at it from the academic perspective, we have someone Okay, there is a mix-up in our printing. Apologies for that. Captain Omotosho is talking to us on on seafarers training certification, regulatory perspective. Captain Adebayo Omotosho was my senior in school, therefore that makes him also an alumnus of the Maritime Academy of Nigeria, Oron. He is the Assistant Director, Exams and Certification, Nautical, NIMASA. He is a member of the Nigerian Association of Master Mariners, NAMS, and a member of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. He is also a member of the Nautical Institute, UK. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding applause, let's welcome Captain Adebayo Omotosho to the stand.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Like Pa Ugbefi said, permit me to stand by the existing protocols. And at the same time, I would love to appreciate the presence of my DG, Dr. Bashir Jabo. Pa Ugbefi, and then the man that brought me into this profession, Captain Tajuddin Alao. Please, a round of applause for all of them. Today, I'll be talking about seafarers training and certification, looking at it from the regulatory perspective. I'm not going to quote the regulations, but as the regulations are applicable to us, I will mention them. The outline, can I have the remoteness? The outline for the presentation will be seafarer training and certification. Okay. Presentation today, the outline will be seafarer training and certification, memorandum of understanding with other maritime administrations, maritime training institutions, and the NSDP, Nigerian Seafarers Development Programs. As we are all aware, training and certification are all part of the STCW 1978 as amended. So I'm going to kind of be making much reference to the STCW. The regulations all from number 1 to the number 8 applies to seafarers working or intending to work on board ships entitled to fly the flag of a party to the STC convention, STCW convention, of which Nigeria is one of them. This does not apply to seafarers or seamen working on naval ships or their auxiliaries. And it does not apply to non-commercial ships or boats or vessels. We are also aware that NIMASA, Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, is the apex regulatory body or agency for the national maritime industry. Certification of seafarers is domiciled with Maritime Safety and Seafarer Standard Department of the NIMASA, while the training is more or less with the Maritime Labor Services of the same NIMASA. I would like to define some terms. Seafarer. Who is a seafarer? A seafarer is anyone who works on board a seagoing ship, including master and crew, self-employed contractors, shopkeepers and hairdressers, and entertainers. I know some of you will ask me, what is entertainers got to do there? What does hairdresser got to do there? But don't forget, on cruise liners, they are always there, and they are identified as seafarers. A seagoing ship is any vessel mostly commercial, and their vessels engage on international voyages. It could be from a foreign port. Domestic voyage vessels, like we have the NCV. And then it's applicable to vessels greater than 500 gross tonnage and length more than 24 meters. What's up? Can you come back, please? Okay. Now, STCW is one of the 4 major pillars of IMO conventions. The 4 pillars are what we have here: the SOLAS, safety of life at sea, the STCW itself, the MAPOL, and the MLC, 2006. Sometimes people decide to add ISPS to it, but these are the main 4 pillars. STCW is not doing anything other than trying to appreciate what SOLAS is meant for. Certificate. Certificate means a valid document, by whatever name you might call it, or it is known, issued by or under the authority of the administration, or recognized by administration authorizing the holder to serve as stated in the STCW code or as authorized by national regulations. Administration, that is NIMASA for you, means the government of a party whose flag the ship is entitled to fly. Nigeria. NIMASA is representing Nigeria. Party. Party means a state which convention has entered into force. The convention is into force, is domiciled in Nigeria. So, STCW, we are part of it. Then, regulations. In the STCW context, we can say the regulations are a set of official rules or directives made and maintained by an authority. Training, the process of teaching a person a particular skill. What is our skill as seafarers? To be able to move ships from one point to another safely and economically. And at the same time, to be safe, to keep the environment safe, and to keep the properties involved safe. There are various maritime training institutions in Nigeria. We simply call them MTIs. They are approved by the NIMASA, the administration, and before the approval, they are meant to go through a kind of audit as per the regulation number 16 and 18. And also, every seafarer is required to have the right training and qualification to work on the ship. Sorry, my mouth will be coming dry because of Ramadan. So these are lists of some of the maritime institutions in Nigeria. We have about 23 of them approved, with the Man Oron being the major one, because he's been able to train not only the OOW, but also the chief mate and masters, though at NCV level. Purpose of STCW, like I said, is just to assist SOLAS. The purpose is to have the world seas and ships to be safe, and for all, including the environment, to be safe, and for us as the seafarers to be safe. Compliance. Compliance with STCW. Who? And what country? What institution is supposed to comply with STCW? All professional mariners certifications must be STCW compliant. It is also worthy to note here that STCW provisions does not only apply to seafarers, like I said, not only to seafarers, but to ship owners, training establishments, and National Maritime Administration itself. A registered maritime training institution may deliver courses for training based on approval issued by the administration. Just like we have the Man, they have the simulator now. It's one of the best you can find in the country. And I think I was privileged to be one of them that went to India and got it from ARI. They've put up application for approval to be able to commence training, but just there are some deficiencies they need to correct. And after that, I think they will commence. Before STCW, different countries have their own seafarers. They maintain their own standard, but shipping is international business. So there must be a standard. And that standard is what STCW is trying to set, the minimum, though other administrations can go or can exceed that. STCW itself, the regulations. STCW 1978 as amended, it has been amended severally, about 9 times or thereabout. But we have 2 major amendments, that of 1995 and that of 2010. All qualified seafarers should be able to demonstrate competencies as prescribed in the book, in the code. That's the STCW book. And the competencies are expected to be achieved through combination of education and training plus practical experience, as done in the MTIs. STC Convention, the Manila Amendment, that's the major one. Everybody knows about it. So I don't have to go through it. It's the biggest of all the amendments to STCW. And the amendment was necessary to keep training standard in line with the new technological and operational requirements that require new ship competencies. Like before, far back then when I was in the coast, we have a ship with radar. Nothing like EDIs. All we use is paper chart. Cargo operations, you go there and open your valves manually. Now, valves are pneumatic. Valves are computerized. EDIS is there for you. So the era of paper chart is folding up. So institutions are made to be able to teach the seafarers all these new requirements so that our seafarers can be of good performance and can compete with others outside the country. These are the most significant amendments. I don't have to go through them, like trying to see how we can prevent our certificate. Then the new certification for able seafarer. Before then, we only have watch keeping. The amendment brought in for deck regulation 3.5, now able seafarers. And it's a requirement. If you don't have the regulation 2.4 or 3.4, as in the case of engineers, you are not qualified to be examined or to be certificated as able seafarers. I talk about ECDIS. It's now in vogue. The new requirement, we now talk about HEM course at operational level and management level. We don't have them before. They are coming in now, though we've not started with it in Nigeria. So all these requirements, including the security, like my DG said, as a result of the September 11. So these are the training methodology brought in by SCCW 2010 amendments. Competency is very, 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 very important. If you are not competent, then you can't work on the ship. Because if you have 29 crew on board the ship plus the master, if one of them is not competent, it can lead to the death of the other ones. Then lives are not safe. Environment is not safe, and then properties are not safe. On the right-hand side are the 8 regulations concerning the seafarers training and certification. 1 is general provision, 2 is master and deck department, 3 is engine department. You can see, I've never heard throughout my life at sea saying the chief engineer and the crew. It's always the master and his crew. And that is what the regulation is saying there. 2, master and deck department. Engineers, we always say engineers. Permit me to say that, Pa Ogbefi. Then, specialized trainings for ships now, like tankers, gas tankers or gas carriers. You might need specialized training for you to work on board. Then emergency, occupational safety, Medicare, and survival function. Then alternative certification and watchkeeping. Watchkeeping came in as a result of the rest hours so that seafarers are not overworked. This is structure we have presently at the examination unit. This is the engine aspect of it. The chief engineer, all the requirement for regulation 3.3 and 3.2, we, for now, we do that here in Nigeria. For now, we are unable to commence unlimited, chief engineer unlimited, as in terms of tonnage and in terms of area of operations. The same thing with second engineer officer. Near coastal voyage, we are doing all that. 3.3 and 3.2, and then less than 3,000 kilowatts. But we are yet to commence the unlimited, that's the 3.2 for second engineer. OW, we are done with that, and we are making progress. Electro-technical officers, we are yet to commence that, and able seafarer engine, we are already doing that. Training standard. Training of seafarers at all levels of competency necessary to man vessels and crafts of all sizes in the maritime industry have been achieved to a high extent, except that we are unable for now to commence the chief engineer unlimited and the masters unlimited. Then second engineer and chief engineer unlimited. This is deck certification. This is what we do for now. And what we are not doing is what is highlighted as not issued, our level of compliance. So it's only regulation 2.2 and regulation 3.2, and then regulation 2.2 and 3.2 for engineers. So this is same for the engine. So far, so good. This is the performance of our candidates in the last 3 years for those that we are doing the near coastal voyage with both limited tonnages and those with unlimited tonnages. The bar graph speaks for itself. So far, so good. We are improving. I will tell you why we are improving. Before now, attendance was never taken too seriously. But the last exam we conducted, we made sure that those that did not meet up to the level of attendance that was required were not allowed to write the exams. With what we've seen so far, though we are yet to complete it, marking, we found out that the people that attended the exams, the written exams and the orals, they did well because they brought the percentage of failure down. Despite that, we are still yet to complete that. But thanks to my DG, he gave us the opportunity to go to hotels, stay there, and mark the papers so that we can get our results out early enough. So, what I said earlier, this is just the same thing, our attainment in another form. The red are what we don't do for now. But I bet you in the near future, we should soon start with that because the DG has given the instruction for a committee to be set up so that he can look into that and he wants the report as quickly as possible. This deck officers training. Sorry, this might not be very clear, but this is what we do. This is the requirement from the beginning to the top. That's from OOW or from cadetship to the master's level. Reason why training is very, very important, and we need to take it very, very seriously, as it is in the STCW. Before, you are required to have, if you are a cadet, for example, you are required to have a 36-month sea time. But if you have a good academic background, you have ND or HND in nautical science or marine engineering, you are allowed to have minimum of 12 months sea time. And you'll be considered because it is believed that you have the practical knowledge and you must have gained sea experience. But unfortunately, the sizes of vessels we have in Nigeria, and because of our own peculiarity, most of them are mostly offshore. We found out that the knowledge our cadets gains from those ships are minimal. Minimal in the sense that you find out that, for example, I use GMGSS as an example now. We have Area 1, Area 2, Area 3. How many of our ships go as far as Area 2? Not to talk about Area 3. I will count myself to be lucky because I came in 1990, 1992 when the then National Shipping Line was folding up. And I was lucky to have engaged myself as a cadet on board such ships. So I gained a lot. But you cannot compare me or compare some of us that went through such ships on such voyages with those that are doing more or less coastal or near coastal voyages. It's never the same. It's never the same. For engineers, maybe. Because like I always make mockery of engineers, they deal with tools. If the engine does not work, you either turn the spanner to the left or you turn it to the right. And that is the reason why when you're at sea, there's problem. The chief engineer, the duty engineer will call the chief engineer. The chief engineer will call the master or the captain. Who will the captain call? God. And that is why we are called master. So that is the process. If you have 12 months sea time, you need, after your academics, you will need 6 months preparatory classes at Man Oron or at Chatkins in Port Harcourt. Then, after that, you sit for your written exams and your orals. If you pass, Then you are issued your OOW license, certificate of competency, under Regulation 2.1. If you are a deaf person, and under Regulation 3.1 if you are an engineer. If you care to progress, you need between 12 months more and 18 months as an officer now, as either a third mate or a second mate. If you have the seat time, you now go for 6 months preparatory classes, which is very, very, very important, and it's compulsory. Sit for your written exam, but you must be fit as at that time you are applying for your eligibility, for example. You must have at least your certificate of fitness must have at least 6 months before expiry date before you are allowed or you are given eligibility. Because we've seen cases where during the process or during the time of sailing, seafarer has one disability or the other and cannot continue. But some of them still want to continue, but medically you are not fit to continue. So you have to step out or step aside from the sea. Same goes for masters, 12 to 18 months. Then 6 months preparatory classes, then you do your written, and medical fitness must be valid, then you can sit for exam. However, if you've not taken responsibility as chief mate, you have OOW, and you need to go for your masters. Nothing is stopping you. All you need is you must have enough CTEM, which means you must have 12 months after your chief mate COC. I guess I'm clear. You must have 12 months after your COC before you are allowed to do that. The same goes for engineers, so I don't have to repeat that so that you can save time. Now, we have, before I go into this, we have another route. The route is ABs, boatswains trying to be officers on board. Their requirement is different. If you want to be an officer, initially you are an AB, definitely you cannot go beyond near coastal voyage. You cannot get anything outside that. We are not going to give you either OOW Unlimited or Chief Mate Unlimited or Masters greater than 3,000 gross tonnage. The reason being that the background is not the same. So if you want to join the progression, then you need 36 months sea time as an AB or as an oiler. But the 36 months sea time does not just go at a stretch. In the first 24 months on board, the first 12 months on board, you go for associate, 1 year studies, 9 months academic calendar. Then you have to go back on board to learn all those things you were taught while you were in the class doing the associate. Only that you get eligibility for OOW, and the OOW is going to be NCV. We have had cases where someone who is holding COC for 2/1 OOW NCV, he now wants to get chief mate greater than 3,000 gross tonnage. It is not possible. We've had a series of cases where people tell you that, but they've done it before. We've been doing this before. That was then. The era of we can do it is gone. The era of you must do it the way it's supposed to be done is what we are now. So, what? So the electrotechnical officers, we are not into it for now. For NIMASA or for MSSD, we are ready. But the institutions are not admitting or training or capable of training people on this course. MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. We have a lot of bilateral agreements with other administrations. So, these are the countries we have bilateral agreement with. They said my time is 5 minutes left. You can see that Maritime Coast Guard UK, I put there silent because automatically they admit you if you want to come for your chief mate or second engineer ticket or master's ticket if you have Nigerian COC without any queries. India, we've initiated that. Singapore is ongoing. The other ones are both Egypt, Bahamas. We have bilateral agreement with them. Same for this. We just initiate the process of MOU. Maritime training institutions. We have many of them, about 23. And before you are approved or accredited to be a training institution, you must be audited in accordance with STCW as amended. There are guidelines specified by Regulation 16 and 18. And these are the list of the training institutions, MTIs. Apart from Maritime Academy of Nigeria, 2 other ones are allowed to, Charkins is allowed to do OW Unlimited and NCV, while the other one is just ordinary NCV. All the other ones are either doing ordinary simulator courses, mandatory courses, and so on and so forth. It appears this button does not like me. Okay. Course admission process. I don't have to go about discussing this again. But for you to be eligible to be a trainer or maritime training institutions, the above must be followed. CAC and NIMASA must give you approval. You must have a certificate from NIMASA. If you have a certificate signed by me, then it's not genuine. It must be signed by my DG. All this, I don't need to talk about it again. Like I said earlier, one of the reasons why Man Oron has not gotten approval for his simulators is because they have 1 or 2 things to close up. Securities, these are data security for your certificate, storage, presentation in such a way that it cannot be faked. NSDP. I don't need to talk much about this. You all know how far we've gone. NIMASA is doing well when it comes to this. During my time, we had no opportunity to be trained by NIMASA or by NMA. But it's happening now. And among them, I think we have over 20 of them who graduated from either Arab Maritime or wherever, and they are also being employed by NIMASA. That was then, far back 2017, about 252 cadets were sent to these countries. We all know this. I don't need to discuss it anymore. So far, so good. Those are the trends. Number of students. Just to let you know that it's not all about marine engineering and nautical science. It's also, they are also taking them on naval architect. The previous one. This one. This one. So like I said, NIMASA offered automatic employment to about 40 of them. Among them, if not all, had distinctions. And they are still doing well in the field. I think I have some of them with me in the house. Thank you for your attention. If there's any query, I'm ready. Okay.
A resounding applause, please, for Captain Adebayo Omotosho. Thank you so much, sir. Very in-depth where we are right now in 2022 and what is to come. I know we have questions. We'll ask us to keep these questions for when it is time for the panel session so that they'll be fielded accordingly. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to take a short break. Would you like to stretch your legs just a little bit? Yes, stretch your legs, get something hot to drink, but there is order to it. The two ushers, Zainab, Ola, please raise your hand so they see you, will guide us as to where to get the tea. Please, until your table is beckoned on, please just hold on. It will be a quick go around, pick, and come back to our tables so that we can refresh just a little, stretch our legs, return a few phone calls, and in 15 minutes, which is 2:46 by my time, or 2:47 by the time I drop the mic, we will be back to continue with our next paper presentation. Presenter, of course, has been here, seated comfortably since 11 a.m., ready for us all. Distinguished guests, see you at 2:47. Whilst we are taking tea, we would have adverts of our sponsors on the screen. Please enjoy. And once again, we say thank you to all our sponsors for making this a reality for us. Thank you and see you soon.
Our 15 minutes is up. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me give us some 2 more minutes for chit-chat to round up our chit-chats. And for those of us still getting a snack, please can we do it very briefly and very quietly? It is always good to have a gathering like this where you meet with old friends and colleagues of the industry. It gives you a good opportunity and platform to network. So we now have 1 more minute. 1 more minute to the next session, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. While you're eating, for those of you that want to be like Uncle Greg, you know, he's gradually on the way out. Before he leaves, we are trying to tap all the knowledge. He has written some books. Please try and grab it. That's the only way you can grab some of the knowledge and the assets that lies in this man. The books are over there. Please try grab a copy. You will benefit from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me lend a voice to that again, to tap into the resources that is embodied in Mr. Greg Ogbeifun. Please do well to get one of his books by the right-hand side to the main entrance as you leave. All right, I want to welcome us all back to the second half of this event. I assure you we are going to do this as quickly as possible and we'll be out of here in no time. I'll just go ahead while we keep exchanging pleasantries. The state of the Nigerian maritime domain in 2022 and beyond. That is our theme for this year's Stakeholders Forum. The maritime domain covers every area of the maritime-related activities, from infrastructure to people, cargo vessels, and other conveyance. It is pertinent that as a coastal nation, we take the subject of our maritime domain seriously, especially as regards to matters of economic development. Now, the next speaker that we are going to have on the podium, I had the opportunity to be blessed by him as my lecturer, so I can assure you that he's going to do justice to his topic, which is seafarers training and certification from the academic perspective. The next speaker is the director, Specialized Seafarer Training Center, Dr. Kevin O'Connor. He is also a member of the Nautical Institute UK. He is a member of the Governing Council of the Maritime Academy of Nigeria, ORON. He is a member of the Institute of the Marine Engineering, Science and Technology, UK. He is a fellow, Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. He is also an alumnus of the World Maritime University. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a very robust applause, join me in welcoming to the podium Dr. Kevin O'Connor.
Distinguished guests, please let's give our rapt attention to our speaker, Dr. Kevin O'Connor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I believe this will be a very difficult time to make a presentation because people are just coming back from another very interesting session. Okay. We are not dealing with protocols anymore. The title of the topic is Seafarers Training and Certification. Permit me to point out a slight difference in what is in your program and what we have, because that's what was originally sent to us. Academy's perspectives. If you look at your program, you see academic. There will be a slight difference in the way both topics can be approached. But we will do the academic's perspective and also take into consideration some of the academic side. If we were doing the academic one, we will be talking so much about the STCW convention directly. But if we are doing the academic's perspectives, then we also have to do a lot of talking about the role of Maritime Academy of Nigeria. Okay. So I've tried to bring in a lot of pictures. I've tried to bring in a lot of pictures into this, my presentation, just to give an impression of the academy today. Please, can somebody help me remove the chair because it's blocking the focus of the projector? So, as you can see on the first page of this presentation, I would like to draw your attention to the new nautical block in the Maritime Academy of Nigeria. And many people have been privileged to be there. I stand here to tell those who have not been in the academy in the last 5 years that your alma mater is very different from when you were there. I have a very rich history of doing business in Maritime Academy of Nigeria. In fact, I went to Maritime Academy of Nigeria in 1995. So I have seen it all, the way it has progressed. So this is just one of the pictures, and I thought I should entice you to find a time and visit the institution. Let's go on, please. Another appetizing picture, for those who have not been there for a long time, that's the way your gate looks like now. It's a two-stage gate. So what you have on top is the one that faces outside, and you still need to pass through security here to move into the academy. I thought this would be necessary for the alumni. Please let us go on. I usually like to have control of that. Okay, so to talk about training and certification of seafarers, it's not correct to start talking about that without recognizing the source of the demand for these seafarers that we need to train and we need to give certificates to. So we will look at some of the statistics out there that talk about the strength of the seafarers in order to define the scope of the responsibility. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Can I change it with this? Okay. Okay, sorry, I didn't know it was working. Okay. Can I have an assistance? Okay, it's slow. Okay, so we will try to use it here. So I brought in some statistics just to remind us of the scale of the issues that we should be talking about. I looked at some authenticated statistics, and we can find it there that according to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development Statistics, the 2021 review, what actually drives the need for training of seafarers and for certification of seafarers is the need to have them work on board ships. And UNCTAD has said that about 80% of the global trade by volume is carried by sea. And it has also, as at 2021, told us that we have about 99,800 merchant ships, but those that are above 100 gross tons. And BIMCO has also done a very good work in, that is Baltic and International Maritime Council in collaboration with the International Chamber of Shipping. In their 2001 Seafarer Workforce Report, they have indicated that as at that 2021, we had a total of 1,892,720 seafarers globally. And you also have, as part of that, officers making up 857,540, ratings being 1,035,180. All these people are the ones that are carrying 80% of the world economy, at least if you look at it from the perspective of volume of trade. Something very interesting to this discussion is to note also what BIMCO and International Chamber of Shipping have indicated to the world, that currently we have, at least as at 2021, we had 26,240 shortage in terms of STCW certified officers. And they also warned that if necessary things are not done to ramp up training and certification and recruitment, that by 2026, we will be having a shortfall in STCW certified officers up to 89,510. This is Baltic and International Maritime Council and International Chamber of Shipping giving us these statistics. Again, there is another statistics that is out there, which you can check, coming from UNCTAD Stat. The 2020 report indicated that in Nigeria, we have 25,610 total of seafarers, comprising 8,911 officers and 16,676 ratings. This coming also from UNCTAD, making reference to BIMCO ICS report. So, why did I go through all these stats? We need to understand the scale of what we have to discuss. And we also need to understand what the Maritime Academy of Nigeria has been doing to contribute to the training and, of course, certification of seafarers. And I praise those who chose the topic. I hope it works for me. I praise those who chose the topic of seafarers training and certification, because you cannot treat one and leave the other. You can't separate both. There is no need for training if it will not lead to certification, and you cannot certify anybody, give any certificate to anybody who has not been trained. So we'll try to look at what we have been doing in the academy. But this presentation is going to cover three broad areas. The first part, we have already started looking at it. What's the state? What's the current state of demand and supply for seafarers globally and in Nigeria. How does that relate to the economy? And after that, we will look at the STCW convention, the standards. Let me not say STCW. The standards for training and certification of seafarers. Captain Omotosho has already done a very good work in that area. But there are other things that I'm going to cover that should be of interest to the audience. And when we look at the standards, we also look at what the academy has been doing to give effect to these standards and also contribute to the training and certification of seafarers. Every time I say training and certification of seafarers, please do not misunderstand me. We are not taking over NIMASA's job. We are only talking about the input side, the training that will lead to the certification. And when we have discussed the standards and the academy's role, because we were working on academy's perspective, that area is very broad in the presentation. And then we will look at topical issues in the area of training and certification. I must confess, the presentation by our elder and our very important stakeholder, Engineer Greg Ugwevon, and Captain Omotosho have already touched on many of the things that are inside this presentation. So we will conclude after discussing the challenges that we see from the academy and also prefer some solutions to those challenges. So it's three broad areas, and we have just started one. Okay, some basic principles. Okay. Training and certification of seafarers is critical to ensuring the supply of competent crews for the about 100,000 ships that we mentioned from the UNCTAD statistics. This training and certification is very critical to achieving the comprehensive objective of the International Maritime Organization. And that objective is always captured in safe, secure, and efficient shipping on clean oceans. 4 areas that are also defined in the Maritime Domain Awareness. The DG also did a lot of work on this. But I just want you to realize that the objective of the IMO is again corresponding to the Maritime Domain Awareness, because you find the effective understanding of matters that will have effect on safety, security, economy, and environment, which define the Maritime Domain Awareness. The primary focus of the International Maritime Organization is to ensure safety of maritime merchant ship operations, security of the maritime industry, and efficient shipping on clean oceans. A very critical stock of workforce to achieving these objectives is the seafarer. And that is why the focus of this event is on the seafarers. Is it my fingers or the technology? Oh, yeah, yes, thanks. Thank you very much. Okay, that's a very good correction. Thank you, Mr. President. So, competency-based training and certification system. We just need to take note that this seafarers training and certification, as designed by the International Convention on Standards of Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping, is purely a competency-based system. Whether you are talking about the training or you are talking about the certification, the core focus is on competency. That's why every program, every course that the STCW refers to, you have to have a table of competencies inside the STCW. Whether it is talking about the training of those who are going to become OOW, or you are talking about those who are going to qualify as mates, masters, engineers. The STCW is so well designed that it has three parts. First, maybe this is the academic side. First, for every function that you have somebody perform on board, and when we are talking about function, we are talking about those who will be either OOW, or mate, or master, OOW engine, second engineer, or chief engineer. These are functions that are clearly defined in the STCW convention. Each of the provisions that you have in the main STCW, and maybe I should just mention for the purposes of educating those who are maybe not very familiar with the STCW. The STCW has two main parts. You have the convention, and you also have the code. The code is divided into two sections, Part A and Part B of the code. Part A of the code is mandatory, and Part B are recommendations. So for every provision, you are going to have a regulation in the main convention, and you are going to have further explanations in Part A of the code, and you have some recommendations on how to comply with the provisions of that regulation in the Part B of the code. So what I'm trying to say is to emphasize the design of the STCW to achieve competence of training and certification. So every course, whether it is going to be a full program or a short course, the ones that we popularly refer to as mandatory courses, every one of them has a table of competencies that define the competencies that have to be achieved by those who are going to undergo the training, and which will also be taken into consideration while giving them the certification. But as I said, this particular presentation was not focused on the academic perspective. We were looking at the contributions of the academy, so we'll be a little brief in talking about the academics and talk about what the academy has been doing. The president helped me out and reminded me that the computer and the sensors are in this direction, so it's not good to point to the screen. Excellent. Okay, so STCW Convention Training and Assessment Standards, as I've said, there are so many provisions in the STCW Convention that this presentation cannot cover all, but this is what we do in the academy. Because of the focus on what the academy has been doing, we've shortened the requirement, the provisions of the STCW that we choose to discuss at this forum to just a few. And we're taking these few that are very critical to training and the assessment. Not that the other ones are not, but if you look at the STCW, you have 8 chapters, okay? So you have chapter 1 that deals with certifications, the main regulations, and then you go to chapter 2, like Captain Omotosho said, that's titled Master and Deck Department. So it deals with minimum standards for training and certification of officers that will work in the deck department starting from the master. And you go to chapter 3, that deals entirely with training and certification of those who work in the engine department. You go to chapter 4, it deals with training and certification of people on global maritime distress and safety system. If you go to chapter 5, you are dealing with minimum standards for training and certification of people who are going to work on special ships like tankers and roll-on, roll-off vessels. And then the mandatory courses, that so-called mandatory courses, but these are courses dealing with safety, emergency response, and other issues, and medical. All of them are in chapter 6. So whether you are talking about basic training, STCW basic training, which are 4 courses, personal survival techniques, personal safety and social responsibility, elementary first aid, and personal survival, personal safety and social responsibility, personal survival techniques, firefighting and fire prevention, and then elementary first aid. These are all grouped into the STCW. The title is basic training. Or you are talking about advanced firefighting, all of them are in Chapter 6 of the STCW Convention. But again, I like to warn you, I'm just giving you the summary. And then if you go to Chapter 7, is the alternative certification that Captain Omotosho already talked about. And then watchkeeping standards are in Chapter 8 of the STCW Convention. It's so widely and well structured that it covers everything. And if anybody understands the STCW inside out, training and certification is a very simple thing to do. Okay, so we get back to the only two areas that we want to talk about. We're looking at Regulation 16 and Section A16, which is actually on training and assessment standards. Why did I choose this? Because this particular section just cuts across the two areas, training and certification. If you are going to run any training program, the STCW says all training and assessment of seafarers for certification should be based on methods, should state the methods and media of delivery, procedures, and course material that are necessary to achieve the prescribed standard of competence. And it must be conducted, monitored, evaluated, and supported by appropriately qualified persons. Yes. So I already talked about the table of competencies. Can you control it? Go back to the previous slide for me. Thank you very much. The table of competencies are in chapters 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And I already explained what all these chapters are, but we did not focus on it in this presentation because we were not going to talk about all of them. But chapter 2 is minimum standards for training and certification of people, master and those who are going to work in the deck department. Chapter 3, engine department. 4 is radio communications, specifically the GMDSS. 5 is those who work on special ships. And 6 is the mandatory courses covering emergency response, firefighting, and first and medical care. So this is my greatest interest, and I would like to call the attention of everybody to this particular one. Each of these chapters has corresponding sections and tables in the Part A of the STCW code. Each table, the table is divided into 4 columns, and the 4 columns deal with training and certification. So I didn't put the columns, but if you refer to the STCW, you see what I mean. Every course, you have to know what competencies the trainers are to achieve. Those are listed in column 1 of the table of competencies. And then the convention is so good that you have column 2, which again lists for every course the knowledge, understanding, and proficiency that these trainees are expected to have before being able to demonstrate those competencies that are indicated. Okay. And then column 3 is the certification side, methods for demonstrating competence. And if you are going to examine a trainee seafarer, what are the criteria that you should use to evaluate the competence? That's clearly entered in column 4. So for training and certification, you have the table of competencies supplying good information to those who are involved in the business of training or in the business of certification. And it's good to point out that the administration is squarely responsible for the certification. As Captain Omotosho has already said, I don't want to jump the gun. We're asking for accreditation for simulator-based courses, and we had to go to NIMASA to ask for this accreditation. And this table of competencies are for all seafarers training programs and courses. Those who are running training programs cannot do without absolute compliance with this structured information coming from the International Convention on Standards of Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping. But in order to help the training institutions and the administration in the area of certification, every course that has to be offered to seafarers, the International Maritime Organization has, in addition to the table of competencies that are contained in those chapters I talked about, also developed IMO model courses. The model courses give you every description on how to run that course, including detailed teaching syllabus, course outline, what equipment you need to put in the school to run the program. And so, for us, and for those who understand the system, developing a course is not so difficult. Maybe what is more difficult is to get the money to buy the equipment. So the IMO model courses give guidance to maritime training providers and party state administrations for the development of all training programs or mandatory courses specified in the convention. Taking note of all these provisions, the Maritime Academy of Nigeria has developed so many courses. And that's the area that we will move into next, to look at the contributions of Maritime Academy of Nigeria to seafarers training and certification. These are just display of some of the course files, some of which we submitted to NIMASA as we talked about, because if you look at all these ones, this is titled Ship Maneuvering, and so on. And then you have liquid cargo, and then other ones on specialized training based on the modern simulators we have bought. So every course, if you come to the academy today and you say, are you running this course? And we say yes. You would then ask, where's the course file for that course? We'll pick it off the shelf and give to you. That's the quality of training that we're giving out to people now. Every course, the course files have been developed. Okay, that just some more course files. Okay. Another provision in the STCW that I like to talk about is the requirement for every party to the convention, to communicate to the International Maritime Organization the laws, decrees, orders, regulations, and instruments on matters within the scope of the convention. And I will just mention that there are two areas of reporting to the IMO. The initial part is, or was, immediately after the adoption of the convention, those who wish to join, they had to communicate certain information to the IMO. But you also have other very vital information that have to be submitted to the IMO based on audit of the maritime education and training system in the country. But just to give us the confidence in what we are doing, and I would like to go back to what the lady from the MPA talked about white list. I'm very happy that that was debunked immediately. Nigeria has been on the white list, to the best of my knowledge, since 2001. The only problem is that the industry frequently confuses admission into the white list with membership of Category C, membership of Category C of the IMO. But take it, we have always been in the white list, and to the best of my knowledge, we were admitted into the white list since 2001, and nothing has taken. We are very proud as Maritime Academy of Nigeria, because that is the institution that was entered for training. So there are a lot of laws that have been promulgated in Nigeria that border on training and certification. I just want to highlight, I'm not going to go into any of this. The Merchant Shipping Act ordinarily provides for training and certification. And the merchant ship delegates the power of the minister to NIMASA to execute the act, and that includes training and certification. Again, you have the merchant shipping training institutions regulations, which talk about recognition of training institutions that are doing their business in compliance with the STCW convention. And please, take it home. There is no STCW 2010. The STCW is always 1978 as amended. And then you also have the merchant shipping training and certification of seafarers regulations. It defines seafarers as Captain spelled it out, and what is required to train each of them. That's in the merchant shipping training and certification of seafarers regulations. President, I'm failing again. Okay. So, and the big ones, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, as the Maritime Administration of Nigeria, is responsible for regulating training and certification in Nigeria. And that's why they accredit every course that has to do with training of, that has to do with certification of seafarers. And we do know that that is undergoing the process of amendment. There is also the Maritime Academy of Nigeria Act. When we talk about MTIs, it's always good to give the big boy its recognition. Because there are MTIs and there are MTIs. And that's why the delay is not in our best interest. Captain, I'm talking directly to you now, the chief. The chief has gone. There are MTIs, but there are MTIs established by law with the responsibility. There are 3 areas of responsibilities, but I will take the first one. To admit and train the various levels of personnel required for running and operating ships of the Merchant Navy. This is one of the 3 mandates of Maritime Academy of Nigeria. And in the following sections, we want to see what the Academy has been doing in performing this statutory responsibility. Collaborating and cooperating with all the stakeholders in the industry, and in particular in this case, the National Board for Technical Education, the Maritime Academy of Nigeria had developed academic programs for training of seafarers. These programs cannot be developed without input from the Maritime Administration, that is the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency. And so NIMASA is always involved, also always involved while developing these programs or reviewing them for reaccreditation. But you have 4 programs running in the academy, academic programs running in the academy for training of future seafarers. And these include the National Diploma in Nautical Science, National Diploma in Marine Engineering, Higher National Diploma in Nautical Science, Higher National Diploma in Marine Engineering. You would also accept and take note that there are other national diplomas and higher national diplomas in the academy, but we have chosen to present only these because the focus is on training and certification of seafarers. Okay. Apart from playing a very leading and pioneering role in the development of these programs for the training of seafarers, people should not underrate the need for academic certification of our seafarers. In fact, if you notice the trend around the world, the trend has moved from giving certificates to seafarers to giving diploma to seafarers, and many institutions are currently chasing degree awards to seafarers because it's very important at the time they will enter shore-based industry to be able to define their level of education. And many people have suffered for going through very robust training programs and not having the right certificate, academic, to show for it. And so it's very important to have these academic programs, and academia has played a very leading role in the development. We started talking about degree programs before other things happened, which I'm not going to go into. Okay. So apart from developing academic programs, very critical to the certification of seafarers, the institution has also collaborated with NIMASA to develop preparatory courses for certificate of competency examinations. As Captain said, as per STCW, this is mandatory. This is mandatory. After school-based training, approved school-based training, and the sea time, every seafarer is expected to sit in a preparatory course and prepare for the certificate of competency. The institution has developed a lot of these certificates of competency preparatory courses. And the ones that we are not doing have been highlighted by Captain Omotosho. And of course, a promise has also been shared with us that the DG has given NIMASA instructions to make sure that we commence a management level certification of seafarers for the unlimited capacity. But let us go through what we are running in the academy now. And again, this is where we pioneered the development of these courses. We understand other institutions may also be given the permission to do what they can offer. But we have currently running officer in charge of a navigational watch OW examination for unlimited and near coastal voyages. We also have the chief mate near coastal examination. We have master near coastal examination preparatory courses. And you would have taken note that there are other categorizations. Oops. There are other categorizations because if you are looking at the chief mate, he has already presented this. You have two categories, less than 3,000 gross tons and greater than 3,000 gross tons. For the master, the same thing. Also, we are running in the academy, officer in charge of an engineering watch examination preparatory course, both for the unlimited and near coastal voyages. We are running second engineer NCV examination preparatory courses for less than 3,000 kilowatts and greater than 3,000 kilowatt category. And then chief engineer near coastal voyage examination, less than 3,000 kilowatts and greater than 3,000 kilowatts. Well, some pictures for your viewing. One fact is that the number of people trying to come to the institution for these preparatory courses are overwhelming. So we always have a lot of people. But you can see, these are 4 different pictures showing these preparatory course candidates undertaking their classes in the academy. Another area that the academy has done very well for the industry, I can attest to that, is in the development and offer of mandatory short courses and other professional development short courses for the certification of seafarers. And I already talked about the STCW basic training, elementary first aid, personal survival techniques and social responsibility, personal safety, personal survival techniques, and then basic, please forgive this presentation. There is no basic in that title. It should be fire prevention and firefighting. Now, I have a comment to make here. In these areas, the Maritime Academy of Nigeria, apart from offering these programs to the Nigerian maritime industry, also, as far back as 2005, 2006, obtained the United Kingdom Maritime and Coast Guard Agency's acceptance of our safety courses. And that was because we needed to be training 5 minutes? 5 minutes. Wow. I still have a lot to say. Anyway, you cannot chase me away from the place. Anyway, so here we obtained the UKMCA's accreditation for these courses, and for that reason, we were able to train for the NLNG. For a very long time, from 2006, we were training people to work on the NLNG ships based on the quality of courses we are running in the academy. I will speed up anyhow. So these are pictures of people doing the courses in the academy today. But in the academy, we also try to do a comparison of the kind of training we are doing. So you find here some of the training pictures outside Nigeria, and you have the one that is happening in the Maritime Academy of Nigeria. And let me also here commend the person who asked me to stand here, Commodore Duja Efedwa, for all the infrastructural and quality things that he has done in the institution. Before he came, we didn't have a survival pool in the academy, but within the span of 4 years, we now have 4 survival pools. 4 survival pools. Standard pools, 2 are used for survival techniques. 1 has been completed and we're using it for Hewitt training. And another one has been completed, and we are going to start doing some of the lifeboat training exercises in that pool, in addition to the jetty that we already have. But this is a picture. This is a picture of one of the jetties. Okay. This jetty has attracted Ibom Air to bring their staff, their crew, to train this year in the academy on ditching. Yes. So some comparison outside Nigeria at the Maritime Academy of Nigeria, you can see that. Pictures of elementary first aid and medical care training in the academy. The academy is also running mandatory courses on basic training for oil and chemical tanker cargo operations. This is coming from Chapter 5 of the STCW Convention. Medical first aid, advanced firefighting coming from Chapter 6. We've already seen some of the pictures. Sorry, too fast. Proficiency in survival craft and rescue boats. We collaborate with the industry. And in fact, the institution collaborated with the Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas Ship Management Limited to place originally the equipment for doing PSCRB training in the academy. But that was before 2011. Since then, the academy has also provided a lot of training facilities at the jetty. And I can tell you that the academy has become a very, very popular destination for proficiency in survival craft and rescue boats, other than fast rescue boats. We're also doing training, and ExxonMobil has been taking advantage of this course quite a lot, and they have very good commendations for the academy for the way we have been running the Coxswain training. We're also doing International Safety Management Code course, and some of the pictures of PSCRB training here, inside the boat, some drills with the boat. We're also doing security awareness training for all seafarers, security awareness training for all port facility personnel, designated security duties course. Some pictures, but I think because of shortness of time, we don't have to go through those pictures. Other mandatory courses for certification of seafarers include ship security officers course, port facility security officers course, company security officers course, actions to be taken to prevent acts of piracy and armed robbery. And I want to stop to talk a little bit about this. All these courses that I'm presenting here are approved by NIMASA. all. And when the DG was also trying to comment on the importance of the maritime administration in maritime safety, it's good for us to take note that there are a lot of responsibilities for the maritime administration coming from SOLAS Convention, because Chapter 11.2 of SOLAS is titled Special Measures to Enhance Maritime Security. Also, if you go to the STCW, based on the ISPS code, 3 courses for training seafarers in stages have been introduced because of the importance of maritime security to merchant ships. And so you have the security awareness for all seafarers, and then you have designated security, and then you have the ship security officers course for seafarers. But in addition to that, those who are going to sell ships to areas that are prone to piracy and armed robbery attacks also have to offer this course. Actions to be taken to prevent acts of piracy and armed robbery. They are running in the academy under NIMASA's accreditation. There are some recent courses that we've started in the academy, marine environmental awareness, training course for instructors. They are also running in the institution accredited programs. So on the rating side, we have developed in line with the amended 2010 amendments to the STCW convention. We have accreditation from the NIMASA to offer all these courses. Ratings forming part of navigational watch course, ratings forming part of an engineering watch, ratings as AB, seafarer deck, that is able seafarer deck, rating as able seafarer engine. Captain already highlighted previously, there was no division between the AB and AB for engine. But the 2010 amendment brought that distinction, and we are training in line with that, that provision. Okay. So impact of contributions of Maritime Academy of Nigeria, it's also good in a forum like this for us to flaunt some of these achievements. We are very happy that we have great teams of ex-cadets working in MPA. Captain Omotosho came from the academy. Captain Waridi is there from the academy. President, academy, and all of them that are seated here. So this is our pride. NLNG, I'm sure if you go to the NLNG Ship Management Limited, a very high percentage of the crew you have working in that place, they are ex-cadets of Maritime Academy of Nigeria. Shippers Council, Abuja MOU, and you know about the Abuja MOU is special. National Assembly as legislators, I'm going to mention some of the names because this is an event that the Academy would like to be very, very involved and is very happy with because it is only a proof that we are making our contributions. So impact of the contributions of Maritime Academy of Nigeria, great teams working for ExxonMobil. I'm sure you special mention of our very, very special friend and former member of the Interim Management Committee of Maritime Academy of Nigeria, because at every graduation, he